Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's head back out now to Lewiston, Maine, where that question and answer portion is underway as they continue to find out the latest regarding the manhunt for the Maine mass shooter.
This is a map and it's a QR code. It always comes back to this other stuff for us. So again, we're going to try the Q&A deal and see where we go. Go ahead, right here.
There were reports that you all found a note at his home. Do you know the contents of the note? Can you share that?
Yeah, so we've heard the same thing, and there was a note at one of these residences. I'm not prepared to really talk about what that included. And I think that's probably, again, a common sense answer because that does involve, is there a mindset here, is there a motive, what did that entail? So we'll definitely continue to work on that. When we can release it, we certainly will.
Sir.
Right here, sir.
Commissioner, so in reference specifically to what's behind you and what's going on at the river, is there any information that you have that's leading you in the direction that he may have killed himself and his body is in there, or is it just one of the possibilities?
Well, I think one of the possibilities is key, right? Because clearly we don't have him located at this point. We don't have him in custody. So all of those options are on the table. We certainly don't want to wait too long because the river is a big piece of this. The car was located there. Evidence is located in the vehicle or right there along the shores of the Androscoggin River. So that's stuff that we want to make sure that we're checking and we're using the resources that we have available. We're using the expertise that we have available with the dive team and all our partners to make sure we're checking that. At the same time, right, we're checking all these other things. We're working through the crime lab on this other information. So all of those things are occurring at the same time. I would also state, and I want to make sure that I say this because they've been very, very helpful. The Brookfield Power Company owns 2 dams, operates 2 dams in this area. And they've been very cooperative. You know, they live it every day. So as an example, one of the things that we're doing, the river currently runs at like 8,500 cubic square feet per second. And when they tighten the dam tools down, they actually lower that down to like 5,500 cubic feet, right? Does that mean anything to you? What it means to us is that that current, if we can slow that current down, we can lower the amount of water in the river. It's certainly easier for us to work. It's easier for our divers to see in clearer water than muddier water. If it's a foot lower than it was before, it's easier for us to work. And there's different searches, obviously, but unfortunately, people lose their lives in bodies of water on a regular basis. So this is something that we're trying to dial in. But yes, sir. Yep.
Deer hunting starts tomorrow.
Yeah, sure does.
Yeah. Can you address that?
Yeah, sure. So I've had conversations with Commissioner Camuso, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. Judy's great. We are having those conversations. I would expect to hear more about that later in the day. It's a big deal in Maine. It may not be a big deal for a lot of people from other communities, but we know what that's going to look like. We also know we're in the woods. You know, if you just happen to be in the woods, minding your own business, going for a walk, that's going to make us a little concerned, right? So it's definitely a good question. It's something that we're actively working on. Right here, sir.
You talk about this tremendous amount of assets here and the search for him. Can you talk about the pressure you guys are feeling to find him, to give this community some sense of answers as this enters its 3rd day?
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, pressure is one way to put it. I mean, we're concerned about the victims, their families, and our communities. I'm concerned every day, 24/7, 365, at this point for 30 years. That's why I got into this business. We do want to help people. We do want to make them safe. Making them safe and making them feel safe may not necessarily be the same thing either, right? Because I think our law enforcement partners, our first responders around the state, everybody is dialed in. They do that all day, every day. This is clearly a completely different animal. So for us, we want to make sure we bring this individual to custody. We got to do it right. We got to do it the safe way. Don't want to see anybody else get hurt, certainly our people and our community members. So we want to make sure that we do that right. We're not going to be rushed, but we're running right on that level. That we're going to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can, with as many resources as we can to try to bring some kind of closure.
Commissioner,
We understand
that the family's being cooperative. What are they telling you?
Well, I think whether you see the 530 tips and leads overall, I think we're seeing a lot of cooperation across the board. I'm not going to speak to anybody in particular, but I think there's a lot of cooperation. There's a lot of compassion here. There's empathy that people understand what happened here, not only to the victims, but again to the state and to our country. So people are coming forward, they are participating in the process, and that's just the nature of the thing. I'm not sure I answered this. Go ahead and follow.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is
That's okay.
Specifically the family of the suspect. We understand they are cooperating. What are they telling you and how are they helping you in the investigation?
Yeah, so I won't speak again specifically to what anybody said one way or the other, but we do appreciate everybody's cooperation because we know that this is difficult for everybody. No matter how you could be the neighbor of somebody. This is tough for people to digest and to understand and to try to work through.
Commissioner White,
Right here, sir.
thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
Specifically, warning. Forget about information. Family has told multiple news outlets that there were warnings provided to law enforcement. Which agencies received those warnings, and did you think at any point that it might warrant a yellow flag pursuit?
Well, I'm heavily involved in the yellow flag conversation overall, but the reality for today is I'm not going to talk specifically about who knew what and when. We're still actively involved in a very dynamic situation here, and we're focused on an individual that currently has 8 warrants out for murder. We're trying to figure that part out, trying to bring him into justice as well as investigate this crime. There will be a time.
Can you confirm the warning, though? Can you confirm warnings were issued?
I cannot.
Well,
yesterday,
Sir, right here.
yesterday, the Senator Collins said that the yellow flag law should have been enforced in this situation. So as you stand here today, what is your response to that? And also, as you stand here today, was law enforcement notified of the threats that he was making, of his condition? Were they aware of it, and what steps were taken to investigate that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and Senator Collins is great. We have a great federal delegation that works incredibly hard on behalf of the state of Maine. I don't know exactly what the good senator said. I respect her a great deal. So I won't answer to any comments that she made. If that's her perspective, based on what she knows through the general public or otherwise, then that's fine. She certainly has the right to do that. But based on what I've seen, we're going to continue to work through that. We asked good questions. It may have been you, sir, around the firearm itself, and there's going to be an opportunity. The ATF is here. The ATF is working with us. They have been there since the first second. There's going to be an opportunity to answer all those questions and figure out, so was that a violation or not? It's also an opportunity from an educational standpoint to talk about what that really means, what that really looks like, and what the options in fact are.
Right. I mean, the thing is that folks want to know where they're
I'm going to go over
this.
here though, sir, so I appreciate the follow-up and the initial question.
You talked about timeline yesterday, 911 calls. Do you have the time, precise times that police arrived on the scene?
Arrive, no. So it was 6:56 for the initial call, and then 7:08 for the second call. Multiple calls for each location. And so that's what I had. I don't know exactly when they arrived, other than to say these calls in any scenario are a priority, to say the least. So everybody's going, and they're going as fast as humanly possible.
Can you confirm that you've identified 16 bodies,
is that enough, sir? Does that make sense on that? I will take a look at the arrival time so that we have that information and we may be able to provide
If
that.
we can get a further timeline,
I would say this, okay? The way this is gonna work, just so we're all clear, the way this is gonna work is if we have a Q&A and you ask me questions and I attempt to answer them, as soon as we start yelling over each other, I'm done. Just so we're clear. And we don't want to do that. We're trying to be as cooperative as we can across the board. But we'll be back another time, and we're just trying to figure that out. Yes, sir, right here.
Thank you. We're coming up on 48 hours. Are you concerned the trail is growing cold?
I think that every minute that this goes on, we're more and more concerned, because what's the next thing that's going to happen? And we understand that. And that's why we're working 24/7 to bring this individual to justice and to try to bring some closure and overall safety to our communities. So yes, we feel that just as much as the community member does or anyone else. This is a privilege. This is an honor we have to do something about these tragedies when they occur. In many instances, I've been in those scenarios. This happens out of state. You're sitting on your couch wishing you could do something to help. Well, we're in a position to do something to help, and we will. There's no question in my mind that we will bring this individual into custody one way or the other. I'm going to take one more question from you, sir, and then we're going to be done.
Confirm that you've identified 16 out of the 18 bodies, and if so, can you confirm the demographics, please?
Yeah, and I think that that may be a question, the specifics may be a question for a future briefing. We have identified and notified the families of 8 of the 18 fatalities that were involved in this incident. We mentioned those 8 murder warrants, and the reason why we have 18 victims, we don't have 8 of those warrants. That's because 8 of those people have been identified, and 8 of those people, the families have been notified, which is certainly key for us to make sure we get that right. But further demographics around that. The colonel gave gender yesterday, and we'll take a look at ages and some other information. I'd like to be able.
16 number is inaccurate.
So I'd like to be able to honor the group of victims by talking about them in a specific session that I would view coming shortly. 8 of the 18 have been identified and notified, not 16, and I don't know where that came from. So thank you very much. I do appreciate it. We will see you again along the way. Thank you.
County Falls 5, can you 1019 speak with the female?
That question and answer portion just wrapping up out there in Lewiston, Maine, as authorities continue that manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card, who is accused in that Maine mass shooting. On the right side of your screen, they're live in Lewiston, Maine. For that boat launch search, you heard the deputy out there speaking in Lewiston, Maine, saying that this search is statewide, so Lewiston, Maine is included. That shot just going out there. Hello to you if you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's Friday, October 27th, 11:35 on the East Coast, 8:35 on the West Coast. Let's get to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Just coming into our studios, a live feed out of Lewiston, Maine, where authorities are updating the public on that manhunt. Let's listen in now.
The special unit has been involved also?
We have agencies and different organizations that are here, both state and federal.
What about
How long does
Vortex?
something like this
Vortex
take?
specifically.
I don't know anything specifically about
How long does
that.
this take?
Mr. Laddie,
It takes, there's no time limit on it. They do it in a method that they feel that they have covered the area thoroughly.
A couple hours?
Could be a couple hours, could be longer. I mean, when you're talking about a water search in the water, that takes longer than an air search. Ground searchers, it's very methodical, but they are, but they do clear an area within an hour to a couple hours, depending on the search area.
Can you explain why this wasn't done, or help us understand why this wasn't done yesterday, given that we knew before yesterday that the car was found here?
There was a lot of work that was done yesterday that might not have been visible to the media and the cameras. but once that was accomplished, we were able to refocus the search in certain areas.
Does daylight, obviously, provide more advantages versus, a significant search like this at night?
Certainly this is a better time. Certainly certainly this is one of the better times to be searching, and working to lower the water level assists us a lot in trying to see if there's anything in the water.
How much are you able to lower the water level by?
That I don't know.
You'll update us.
So really that's about all I have right now, but I will be here, and if I hear anything new or if there are any new developments, I'll come out. And early afternoon, I think I'll be able to give you some not new information, but I can recap and tell you if there's anything new. And then tentatively right now, there will be an afternoon press conference. It looks like around 3 o'clock, but look for details from Shannon Ross.
Did you locate his missing boat yet?
What's that?
Did you locate the missing boat?
Lewiston City Hall, sir?
I don't know about that. I know about the boat, but I don't know anything whether or not it's been located.
Would the 3 o'clock press conference be at Lewiston City Hall?
Yes.
Okay. I have a quick question. Your crews, or I guess the crews, the law enforcement officials that are here searching, how familiar are they with this river particularly? Do they train here, or have they ever had to search in this river before? Is this a new thing for you guys?
Maine game wardens Maine game wardens train throughout the year on searches like this. Sadly, we do recover multiple bodies out of the water. So they are well trained in this and have been on this river before and are trained, to do this type of search. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Really quick, can you just tell us again how many people are here?
No, it picked up, but they're asking me to get on here.
So authorities out there in Lisbon, Maine at that boat launch giving an update. They are saying that the water levels receding have helped in their search for 40-year-old Robert Card. We do know that he did leave his vehicle in this vicinity allegedly when he took off, prompting this manhunt that is still underway. We also know that a tentative time for an upcoming press conference is set for 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, where they are expected to give another live update on this. Of course, all of this happening in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to pop up the audio again to see if we hear anything else. Obviously, this is a very fluid situation, and we want to bring you everything as it unfolds. So you can actually hear the aerials of a helicopter out there as they are doing searches in the air as well. Again, you just heard from an authority out there at the boat launch, so they're also doing searches out there on the waterways. They are saying that the water receding has helped in their search. We're seeing some more cars pull up, so let's go ahead and get to another quick 2-minute commercial break. That way, if there are any more people that are speaking, we don't have to interrupt. I'm Jeanne Francine. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Thank you so much for tuning in on this Friday, October 27th. It's 11:45 on the East Coast, 8:45 on the West Coast. I want to show you all a live picture coming out of Maine there on your screen as the search continues. The manhunt continues at this hour for 40-year-old Robert Card. You see authorities out there with rifles, speaking to other manpower on the ground. Of course, we will continue to bring this fluid situation as it unfolds. But another shot that's coming in live raw and unfiltered is out of New York. This, as Representative George Santos was in court today, this crew demanding that he be expelled from Congress. We do know that U.S. Republican Representative George Santos was in court today to be arraigned on new criminal charges. The newly elected Republican has resisted calls to resign for allegedly lying about his resume, and we are told he did plead not guilty. Let's listen into these remarks from this group, and then also I'll pop up some boxes of the latest going on in Maine as that manhunt continues for that mass shooter.
Fraudulent grifters who clearly create a public service career based on lies, sycophancy, and extremist views. George Santos is just one symptom of the cancer that has enveloped our civic life, and we are here to call it out on every level.
Yes.
It is specious to think of Santos as a singular event. George Santos is a product of the cabal that has incubated him for years in local politics. He was vetted and ran twice with the blessing of his local party. He was embraced by the very moderate cabal that now sees him as a stain on the Congress. The sad reality is that the grandstanding, the political circus we are watching is a sideshow to the five-alarm fire that now presents itself in Washington, D.C. Anthony D'Esposito was an ex-New York City cop who claims as congressman to protect and serve his constituency. But his voting record, his statements, his avoiding of having serious town hall meetings with his constituents have been an exercise in deflect and deceive. Nassau citizens expect their cops to be honest as public servants. We certainly expect our ex-cops turned elected officials to be honest as well. This current crop has been anything but honest. They understand their power relies on every vote in the Congress and have done everything to coddle Santos and extend his ability to promote their MAGA complicit agenda. Santos is a colleague one day, appears in every photo op with D'Esposito and his leadership, then a pariah the next day while they lie about committing to moderate leadership. It is high time the courts, the press, and the public understands this charade. And concerned citizens here will work tirelessly to remove these representatives who are anything but profiles in courage. Leadership matters. Their decisions impact the lives of Nassau residents, and the policies they are pursuing will negatively impact their constituents. But to them, the malignant clown show is more important. We are here today to call it out and change it. Thank you.
Woo! Great. Okay, we're going to now hear from someone who's a constituent in New York 02. That's Congressman Garbarino's district, also from Long Island. Congressman Garbarino is very, very important. He is not a freshman, and he's not viewed as vulnerable. But he is on the ethics committee where the George Santos mess has been sent to languish or to die, and it's been sitting there since February. So we're going to hear from Lisa Savimli from Each Patchogue. Lisa?
Thank you. I live in Andrew Garbarino's district. He has not been representing us, and he's on the ethics committee. He has been slow walking the votes or the investigation into Santos. So this message is directly to you, Mr. Coward Garbarino. It's time for you to bring it to a vote and start investigating Santos and remove him from Congress, because this is a shame. All over the world, we look like the chaos caucus of United States.
Woo! Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to hear from Dylan Thomas Wheeler from the Empire State Voices, an organization who's helped us out a lot on the logistics in particular. Dylan, and also a constituent of New York 01.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dylan Wheeler, DYLANWHELER. First off, I'd like to thank concerned citizens of New York 3 as well as Move On for inviting me to join them here today. My name is Dylan Wheeler, and I'm a resident of Huntington in New York 1, and I am the local organizing director for Empire State Voices. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to holding our members of the New York delegation accountable on the economic issues that impact our lives. We're currently struggling with one of the worst affordability crises in the nation's history. Long Islanders of all backgrounds are dealing with stagnant wages, the soaring cost of living, and leaders in Congress who refuse to fight for our best interests. Rather than having a representative in Washington working to lower costs and make life more affordable, residents in New York's 3rd District have had to deal with a federally indicted liar who's spending all his time trying to dodge legal accountability for his own actions. It's beyond disappointing that George Santos' colleagues have allowed him to remain in Congress for this long. Even Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, who represents the neighboring community on the South Shore of New York 4 and should understand the urgency of this situation, has failed to take any meaningful action for almost an entire year. His fellow Long Islanders have protected and pleaded, but Anthony D'Esposito has stood by and done nothing. Back in June, Empire State Voices, along with other partner groups, wrote a letter to Congressman D'Esposito and the rest of the New York House Republicans urging them to vote for Congressman Santos' expulsion, and instead shielded him from accountability by referring the expulsion measure to the House Ethics Committee and delaying the vote. Long Islanders deserve better. We deserve representatives who tell the truth, who fight for our best interests, and who work to make life better for our families and communities. I wanted to thank everyone for coming out here today, and we hope that the New York delegation will do the right thing and vote to expel George Santos.
Woo!
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much.
So those comments wrapping up out there in Central Islip, New York. All of this breaking, groups protesting after Representative George Santos has pleaded not guilty to that superseding indictment. We do know the trial date is set for September 9th. All of this courtesy of our content partners out there in Fox 5 New York. On the right side of your screen, other breaking news we continue to follow. This one out of Lewiston, Maine, as authorities are out there at that boat launch searching for 40-year-old Robert Card. He allegedly left his vehicle there before prompting this manhunt. All of this as we continue to follow the very latest out of that area. Sad news as Card is suspected of opening fire with at least one rifle at a bar and a bowling alley Wednesday in Lewiston, Maine. We know those shootings killed at least 18 people and wounded 13 others, with 3 people still hospitalized at this hour in critical condition. And then other breaking news we continue to follow, a live look in that bottom box out there in Gaza as we continue to follow the very latest as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. Hello to you. If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine. We made it to Friday, October 27th. It's been my pleasure to be here with you the past few hours, giving you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. The time now 11:53 on the East Coast, 8:53 on the West Coast. We must go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, my colleague Mike Pace will be taking over, giving you all of the headlines and news.
Just be advised, the door's locked. Do you want me to start fire, or do you want to try making entry?
I'll attempt to make entry.
Copy that.
Falls 5 County.
Go ahead.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here live. Look right here as explosions going off the distance in Gaza as Israel prepares for a ground invasion there to take on Hamas after what they did to Israel back on October 7th. This is Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here all in real time. I am your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to showcase what is happening around the country and, of course, around the world. Those live images, once again, coming from Gaza, explosions in the distance as Israel prepares for that ground invasion. We're also keeping another big eye on the biggest story out here in the country right now. This is the latest on the manhunt for the suspected shooter. Killed 18, injured 13 in a massacre in Maine. That continues to be the biggest story here in the country as that manhunt continues. But right now, do want to take our attention back out to Gaza here, get an update from the Israel Defense as they prep for their next move when it comes to this ground invasion.
I will be revealing intelligence proving that Hamas uses hospitals as terror infrastructures. I repeat that Hamas uses hospitals as terror infrastructures. Hamas has turned hospitals into command and control centers and hideouts for Hamas terrorists and commanders. Additionally, I can confirm that according to the intelligence we have in our hands, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza. I repeat, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza, and Hamas is using it for its terror infrastructures. The information I will share here today has also been shared with the members of the intelligence community. We have given them all the materials and more than you will be seeing here, and they all have accepted it. Together with further classified materials that show more concrete evidence, both relating to hospitals being used as terror infrastructures and the status of fuel. I want to start with Shifa Hospital, located in Gaza City, the biggest hospital in Gaza. This is the Shifa Hospital. You can see where it locates in Gaza City, the largest hospital in Gaza. It has over 1,500 beds, 4,000 staff, and now it has also more people around the surroundings of the hospital. The red marks that you've seen before and you'll see later are red marks of buildings that are involved with Hamas, and we know it, and we have the proofs that they are with involvement of Hamas. Hamas is cynically using hospitals and as a shield for its underground terror complex. I want to explain. There is an underground metro tunnels in Gaza City, not just in Gaza City. Usually it's based next to unique sites or sensitive sites, not just the hospital, but other sites as mosques, etc., etc., UNRWA places, hospital, schools, etc., etc. This is a philosophy of Hamas, and Shifa is one of them. Explaining map. The red buildings, as I mentioned, are buildings that Hamas is using, meaning he does his command and control in different departments of the hospital, like the Röntgen room and others. He uses these places in order to do command and control for terror activities, launching rockets, etc., etc. It is here in Shifa Hospital where Hamas operates some of its command and control cells. This is where they direct rocket attacks, command Hamas forces, Hamas terrorists operate inside and under Shifa Hospital and other hospitals in Gaza with network of terror tunnels. Hamas also has an entrance to those terror tunnels from inside the hospital wards, meaning from different places of the hospital you can go into an underground tunnel that will provide you shelter. We'll show it now in a map. This is an illustration of Shifa Hospital and the underground facilities. I want to repeat, this is only an illustration. We will not share here the true material. We will not share here the true material that we have in our hands. This is only an illustration. Right now, terrorists move freely in Shifa Hospital and other hospitals in Gaza. We have concrete evidence that hundreds of terrorists flooded into the hospital to hide there after the massacre of October 7th. Hamas uses Shifa Hospital as a shield for Hamas terror infrastructure. Hamas wages war from hospitals. By operating from these hospitals, Hamas not only endangers the lives of Israelis, civilians, but also exploit innocent Gazan civilians as human shield. Shifa is not the only hospital, it is one of many. Hamas' use of hospitals is a systematic. Hamas terrorists operate inside hospitals precisely because they know the IDF distinguishes between terrorists and civilians. Israel targets terrorists, Hamas target Israeli civilians and Gazan civilians, as we have shown in the El Mahdi incident, in the hospital of El Mahdi. Hamas is stealing from Gazan civilians to fuel its attack. We already exposed that Hamas stole fuel from UNRWA, and UNRWA confirmed it. And as I said, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza, and Hamas is using it for its terror infrastructure. Here's a proof that Hamas has fuel in Gaza and uses it for its terror infrastructure. This is a recording. Please listen.
وين في ما قلت ليش؟ انا بحكي مع المستشفى بقول لك ليش؟ ايش اعتبر مستشفيات يعني؟ لا في بنزين في مع وسط محطة في بنزين يعني الجماعة ماسك كل الامور المحطات؟ حتى لا يقولوا وسط بعد بطلع كانوا وسط بعد البنزين وبطلع حتى المستشفيات يعني؟ في المستشفيات هم اللي هو الدول على الصور وحط فيها على المستشفيات دائما هو الصور لانه في صور في عنده صور المحطات عنده صور فيه عنده كل شيء يلزم انا بقول لك اليوم يعني اليوم مثلا تحت يوم الخميس اعتقد من ممكن الخميس الجاي يكون فاش كله مشروع المحطات يعني وفي بياخذوا منها بودوا الصور للمستشفيات يعني بيسحبوا منها عن طريق
25, I've got it pulled up on my GPS if you don't. I'm all set, I know where we're going. 10-4.
في مصريين ولا شيء في مصريين بدها اكسجين وبدها تلفونات وبدها ميه وبدها حمامات وبدها عماره في موضوع ذكر الحرام خشيه هي الله لو الشعب كله مات كل يوم اسرائيل قتلت 10,000 شخص مواطن ما بتاثر بالهمش ولا بالهم هم يبقوا.
You saw the last sentence. I think the last sentence, this is how Hamas sees the Gaza. He uses the destruction, the deaths in Gaza that occurred because they're using them as human shield in order to show the world and get this anti-propaganda against Israel. Here's another proof that Hamas is running its terror infrastructure from inside and under hospitals in Gaza. Please listen.
كل مخطط الانصار تحت الارض ولما بقصوا جامع ولا بقصوا مستشفى ولا بقصوا مسجد ولا مدرسة كلها عارفين تحتها مراكز قيادة. وين مراكز القيادة تبعت الكتائب القسام؟ المركز الرئيسي وين؟ بعرفه تحت مجمع الشفاء. يعني قريب هل بتحكي؟ مقر القيادة الرئيسي مجمع الشفاء. مدامات وغرف وقيادة كل شيء تحت مجمع الرئيسي.
We have also other recordings and video we will share with you later. And we will share more materials, classified materials, with members of the intelligence community. When medical facilities are used for terror purposes, they are liable to lose their protection from attack in accordance with international law. The IDF will continue making efforts to minimize harm to civilian population and will continue to act in accordance with international law. For over 2 weeks, the IDF has called and continue calling the civilians of northern Gaza and Gaza City to temporarily move to your own safety, move south to Wadi Gaza. We are continue to assist the efforts led by Egypt and the United States to provide a humanitarian effort in this area, which will have food, water, and medicine to the people of Gaza. We will increase this humanitarian effort. I would like to answer your questions if you have.
I have one question. Young kids are they German ready?
All right, that was the latest from the Israel defense update there as we are seeing more explosions rip live right now in Gaza as Israel does prepare for that ground invasion. So, of course, we will be keeping a close eye on that. We appreciate you continuing to join us here as always on Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Mike Bache. Friday edition of
just when we get across the bridge, if we can, on Route 9, just shut down the sirens.
The massacre in Maine as the manhunt continues. We just got a quick update from officials on how they are going to be tracking the water as well in the area of these shootings.
County, that off of Davis Road?
Jeff, we're off of Davis, left if you're coming from 136.
You said you're ruling out a bunch of things. Dead
bodies. We are ruling out areas
just a little bit on the left-hand side.
And so, obviously the car was found at the boat launch a couple days ago. So we are looking at this area on the ground, in the water, and we're doing that by ground searchers along the banks, boats in the water that are equipped with side scans, sonar that can see underwater, and then also from the air with helicopters.
Can you say and spell your name again, please? Can you say and spell your name again?
Yeah, Mark, M-A-R-K. L-A-T-T-I. T as in Tom.
There were suggestions that his mobile phone has been found. Can you confirm anything about that?
I do not know anything about that. I'm the Director of Communications for the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife.
It's pretty methodical what you guys are doing.
It's a grid search. We've marked down areas, assigned teams. We have about 40 people who are patrolling the banks. We have 2 boats on the water, a couple people in each boat, and then crews in the helicopter.
So 40 areas that technology that's being
probably
used?
over 40 people searching in this area by a variety of methods.
What about the technology, like LiDAR?
25 to 6, did you say you wanted to shut down as we cross the bridge, or
sonar on the boats,
when we get more closer to the gas bill?
Thermal imagery on the
No less noise, better just shut your sirens off.
To search, are those based on tips or what?
Good copy.
Those are based on points last seen and trying to rule out different areas where he may be.
Any challenges?
How important is to have all these agencies working together as one to kind of, help bring justice to be able to try to fight?
1225, did you copy? We'll park down the road and walk up.
It's a tremendous undertaking, and no one agency could do it alone. So having the resources that we have, both national and at the state level,
6 to 12,
really
I
gives us
copy.
a great team
14, you
to
copy.
fan out
25.
and really try and find find him as quickly as possible.
What are the challenges? The Border Patrol, the special unit, has been involved also?
We have agencies and different organizations that are here, both state and federal.
How long does something like this take?
Vortex specifically.
I don't know anything specifically about
How long does this take?
Mr. Laddie.
It takes, there's no time limit on it. They do it in a method that they feel that they have covered the area thoroughly.
A couple hours?
Could be a couple hours. Could be anything more. I mean, when you're talking about a water search
Negative.
in the water, that takes longer than an air search. Ground searchers, it's very methodical, but they
Go ahead, just put a signal out for right now, just so there's already a traffic on County Prime.
on the search area.
Can you explain why this wasn't done, or help us understand why this wasn't done yesterday, given that we knew before yesterday that the car...
County all units, signal 1000 on ASO prime. Signal 1000 on ASO prime.
Done that might not have been visible to the media and the cameras, but once that was accomplished, we were able to refocus the search in certain areas.
Does daylight, obviously, provide more advantages versus, a significant search like this at night?
Certainly this is a better time. Certainly certainly this is one of the better times to be searching, and working to lower the water level assists us a lot in trying to see if there's anything in the water.
How much is it to lower the water level by?
That I don't know.
You'll update us.
The suspect might have gotten in a boat.
Yeah, so really that's about all I have right now, but I will be here, and if I hear anything new or there are any new developments, I'll come out and early afternoon, I think I'll be able to give you some not new information, but I can recap and tell you if there's anything new. And then tentatively right now, there will be an afternoon press conference. It looks like around 3 o'clock, but look for details from Shannon Ross.
Did you locate his missing boat yet?
That's it.
All right, you heard it right there. So there will be another Maine update coming up at around 3 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox as the search does continue for the massacre suspect. We are going to take a 2-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to be talking to a security expert.
You want to put 2 cruisers on each side of
talking about
Peter on Davis, just in case they think followers.
A killer who is on the run.
Just pull over on one side once we get up there a little prior to, and we'll go down. Got it. County units will be going out.
10 for units going out.
Just be advised, we got a little bit of time before we get to the residence. We're parked down the road.
Copy that.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you these latest images here of the search of the suspect there in that Maine massacre as we are now in day 2 here of this search that continues right now. Sky Fox images showing just around this park area of law enforcement that is in the area. We want to continue our conversations right here on Live Now from Fox, giving you the latest updates all in real time and really to get some insight of what is going on there on the ground from the law enforcement angle right now. We do have security expert and a former SWAT team member here, Mark Herrera. Thank you again for joining us on Live Now from Fox.
12.
Thank you for having me, Mike.
All right, so let's get right into it here. A terrible, terrible tragedy taking place there in Maine with this mass shooting.
12, go ahead.
Now the suspect on the run here, and the search, I mean, it is being brought on by the state police, federal authorities, so many local, all in the mix there to try to get this guy.
Absolutely, Mike. Listen, an active shooter situation obviously presents a grave and immediate threat to the safety of all of those communities and individuals that are within the vicinity of that area. So there are some dangers, a lot of dangers associated with that.
I have a handful of guys coming as well as DVP tax members. We're going to be on their way. They do not have emergency lights, so we're going to be able to.
Is critical. There's a very narrow timeline, so we really need to
they're at the bottom of the road. That could be addressed.
Threat because of obviously his skill set.
10-9.
All right, we have some situation right
Turning up the road right now. At the bottom of the road. If that's
the moment here that Sky Fox is showcasing us here. We have
I believe I copied me at the bottom of the road.
Officers with guns have approached here
County 12. Google Maps doesn't go out that far, but it's going to be the last resident
this right now. I know you can see
on the left.
Here, so
if you're going down the road, should be a longer building pool in the back.
Yeah, it depends on the intel and the information that they receive. The individual that they could be looking at could be your suspect, maybe, maybe not. However, I can tell you right now that your law enforcement is going to be very strategic and methodical in regards to the deployment of their teams because of that military background. Please keep in mind that this individual is not beyond an ambush and not beyond some explosive devices in and around the area that he's located.
They can come up the road quite a ways to get the last out.
Very well planned because typically you don't go this long without apprehending an active shooter. This thing was very planned.
Still a couple miles
so yeah, they're going to comb the area. They may have some intel. They might have found someone that fits that particular profile, but they're going to approach this with caution. So you'll know here in a few if indeed that is our suspect.
Yeah, and as we look more at it, it's hard to see with the tree cover here right now, but it looked like someone had a dog there and maybe was just walking by the trail, didn't know what was going on there, and just seeing the huge police presence. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that if we get more intel about that area. But I want to go back to our talks here on just really the search for this suspect. And when you're dealing with someone that has already killed 18 people, injured 13, this person is a guaranteed wild card. They killed before, they're going to kill again if they have the opportunity. So how do you deal with someone that is just so off kilter?
The individual has come to terms with the fact that there is only one obvious outcome once he commits that. So with that, there's a total disregard for human life and safety on his part. Law enforcement has got to approach this in such a way that they do not compromise or jeopardize their responders. In this case, working on a tactical team, I can tell you right now, I'd be very cautious about deploying an entry team, even when you have that intel, without completely.
We're at the residence. We're just establishing a hasty perimeter. If you could just make an attempt back on those.
But there are a lot of other things that can also be done if he's barricaded and he's confined as well, Mike. Keep in mind that the deployment of gas, is an option, and the deployment of gas, if he doesn't come out once they find where he's located or a general area of where he could be located, if he doesn't come out, then he's prepared for that. He's either not present or he's got the proper a gas mask in place to prevent that from happening. So a very strategic, coordinated effort. You have to be able to identify and locate this individual quickly. For the communities,
there's two people walking out back. Movement.
Vigilant in their level of awareness, because again, this individual has come to terms with the fact that he could carry this on even further, and who knows what else he has.
Looks like a male and a female.
Be a precursor to what he's actually
does it look like our guy?
That's something that needs to be considered.
That's so true, Mark. And, you know, when we talk about mass shootings and when they take place in schools or a movie theater that we've seen in the past, for the most part, those shootings where the suspects, they want to die right there. Either they're going to get in a shootout with police or they're going to pull the gun on themselves. This one was different because
25, try to make contact with them if you can, if they can hear you.
Wanted to flee then.
Mike, you said it best. The thing about it is typically they're apprehended within minutes, right? Maybe within the hour. That wasn't the case here. He did not plan on immediately dying. So is there another objective to his means of
contact with two, County? Contact with two.
It's very possible. Law enforcement and your communities have got to be cognizant of that this may just be the beginning of what he's actually trying to accomplish. He will be apprehended, but again, the most important thing right now, and another thing, Mike, that we've got to focus on is not losing sight on the copycat, all right? Because this is a high-profile active shooter event that's going to definitely inspire other disturbed individuals to commit similar acts. And I'll tell you, when I was on a news outlet not too long ago, they asked me about, because I do all the active shooter training around the world, and they asked me, they said, where do you see our world in about 2 years? This was in the middle of the pandemic. I said, with post-COVID anger mixed with political and social issues, the mental health situation is going to be off the grid. So when you have an incident that takes place, you have to know that there are going to be the copycat incidents that take place. So we can't lose sight of that either, Mike.
Yeah, that is such a good point there. Obviously, the pandemic had its own issues there, and when you're dealing with people that have some mental health issues, you don't know what was bottling up inside them for these last, two years that was really prevalent here. I also have to ask you, is there a possibility that the suspect is already dead, that he may have clipped himself already, or is that a pretty low possibility?
That is a very high possibility, and that was one of the other things that I was going to mention. He might have already pre-planned where he was going to end this, and we don't know. The great thing about this is, I could predict that he's probably within the geographical area. The canines are always a valuable tool to conduct these sweeps to hopefully find him. But that is a very possibility. The thing that I would say, especially for the communities, is to listen. If you do encounter this individual, or you suspect that it's the individual, you have to stay calm. The most important thing is staying informed of any announcements or alerts that your local, state, and federal agencies are pushing out. Listen to those instructions.
We're 1015 with 2. We're trying to make phone calls to the other occupants inside.
Where I'm at, and who is
I did just get off the phone with the original calling party, made contact on callback. He advised that it was a non-emergency and he's no longer at the address.
Update at 3 p.m. Eastern there, as the authorities out there trying their very best to keep the really public at a very in the know of what's going on, especially because of this heightened security here. And any possibility that he could be
primary units, just make sure you understand there's at least 2 or 3 more coming out.
If he didn't unalive himself, then the other probability or possibility is that typically they'll allow law enforcement to do that. It's very possible. So you have 2 different scenarios there that could ultimately take place in the process of apprehending this suspect.
Yeah, so true. And when we're talking about someone that has this capability of waking up one day and saying, okay, today's the day, this is what I want to do, and to injure that many people, kill that many people, mental health issues aside, I mean, this person is a monster and needs to be apprehended immediately. And I know all the top people are on this right now, and you got your federal resources as well. But I mean, it's a race against the clock, not knowing what this guy could do at a moment's notice.
It is a race against the clock. It's about closing that gap and apprehending him, because in between the time that he committed this to the time that they apprehend him, there's a lot of things, a lot of variables, a lot of things that could actually happen that compromise the safety and well-being of obviously your communities and your law enforcement teams. Not to mention the amount of emotional trauma that is affecting the survivors and those that maybe saw this take place that weren't physically harmed. These folks could experience long-term emotional and psychological trauma, including PTSD. So I think it's very cognizant that in the midst of trying to apprehend and closing the gap and either apprehending or neutralizing this individual, I think they're on the other side, and I'm very confident that there is a lot of emotional support for the victims, their families, and those that may have been affected, which that is a critical component as well.
Yeah, so true. And lastly, my heart just really goes out to those investigators that were, say, you know, hours later after the shooting at the bowling alley and processing that scene to see the amount of bodies that were there. And we all know what was going on because we live in a social media age. We live in the cell phone world where really everybody has a cell phone. And I could just imagine what it must have been like for those investigators that are processing the scene and their phones, the victims' phones, going off because their loved ones are trying to get a hold of them, knowing what happened. I mean, that right there, that would give me chills.
It's a very traumatizing event, but what prolongs the emotional trauma is the fact that this individual hasn't been apprehended as well. People need that sense of closure as well, whether he's apprehended or whether he is eliminated and neutralized. They need that closure at the end of the day. That's not the fix-all. There's a lot of follow-up that needs to take place to get, per se, to put the train back on the track and to get people's mental health back in check. And it's not a short-term thing. It is a long-term thing. So the thing that can really help is utilizing all the available resources to locate, apprehend, or neutralize this individual. Critical.
Yeah, so true. Mark, just a great talk. It was great having you on here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for giving us a wealth of insight and analyzing this here as we continue all in real time here as we wait for the big moment of the capture or the finding of the body of the suspect.
Mike, either way, it's going to end the way it's supposed to. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you and for keeping the communities really informed. You do such a great job. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mark. You take care and have a great weekend as well. And we will continue to track this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
County to Durham units. Just be advised, I just took a call of a noise complaint, some strange noises. It's going to be just a little over from where you guys are.
We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Always great to have you here as we continue to bring you the latest. Sky Fox images continue to showcase the search that continues here for this suspect that killed 18 people, injured 13 in a mass shooting. Live pictures on the ground as well. I do want to show you the latest news conference here from officials as we continue to wait for more news. There will be another update coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern. We got you covered on that one as well.
Good morning. Thank you very much again for joining us. My name is Mike Sawstruck. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in the state of Maine. We are going to give some further details from an operational standpoint about what happened overnight and kind of where we're going from here. But before we do that, I would like to ask Chief St. Pierre to come back up and join us and kind of touch on the Lewiston experience overall. Chief?
Thank you, Mike, and good morning, members of the media and the public who are watching closely as law enforcement continues to work diligently on this rapidly evolving investigation. The safety of our community remains paramount. I want to assure all that a tremendous amount of law enforcement manpower, time, and effort is being utilized around the clock, literally around the clock, in every effort to apprehend the suspect as well as to safeguard this community. As the Chief of the Lewiston, Maine Police Department, I am extremely thankful for the community's outpouring of support being offered during this tense and trying time. I extend my deepest appreciation for all of our law enforcement partners who have responded from literally around this nation. Again, I will ask the community to be as patient as possible with this process, realizing that there are many, many moving parts and coordination of efforts involved between multiple agencies. We will attempt to provide as much information possible as this investigation proceeds forward. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the many businesses, restaurant owners, individuals who have provided meals and other essential. Provide as much information possible as this investigation proceeds forward. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the many businesses, restaurant owners, individuals who have provided meals and other essential items to support an investigation of this magnitude. Following this press conference, details will be shared regarding counseling locations, where somebody can make a donation if necessary or asked, and the hosting of several different vigils. On behalf of the hundreds of law enforcement officers who have descended upon our great city over the last 3 days, we want to extend our heartfelt support as well as our sympathies to the victims and families involved in this senseless tragedy. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I guess for starters, I want to make sure that we always take a moment to acknowledge the victims, their families, and how this is negatively impacting the state of Maine, the city of Lewiston, and really our entire country. We know when these things occur around our country, we are all so incredibly focused on what happened,
County
and then
9,
we try to
1021.
get to the why. And there are certainly times when we can't quite figure out the why, because every one of these situations is so tragic,
1021.
so outside of the norm, that it makes it difficult for community members of all types in all locations, East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't matter, to fathom how these kind of things can occur in the greatest country in the world. So we're going to continue to work towards that. And as a piece of this, I wanted to come in and really speak to the partnership that we are committed to have with you. And as we start to really flow into an operational period, we have more of a pattern to see what we're doing day in and day out. I'm going to commit to you to have a morning briefing every day at 10 o'clock right here in this location. As you can imagine, some of those briefings may be longer than others. But I want you to know that you're going to see us in the morning. And we're going to go over what happened overnight, and we're going to kind of talk about what the plan of the day is. And I'll speak to that plan of the day here in just a second. I would also say that we will certainly be considering afternoon briefings as well. If something new came up or something that we believe would be helpful for you to know and the communities to know, we'll get back to you. Either way, you will receive a communication from our PIO, Shannon Moss, either saying we're going to have a briefing or we're not, so that you kind of have some idea what your day and your afternoon is going to look like as well. So I would also say that these daily briefings, as you can imagine, will be more operational in nature, that our families, our communities, our loved ones are always going to be in the forefront of our mind and certainly in our hearts. But we do want to talk to you about this is what we're going to do, this is what we did, because I know that's incredibly important to you, and then you're going to share that appropriately with your viewers, with your readers, and that's going to help everybody start that healing process as well. I know that information is power.
All right, everyone, I want to go out live right here to Maine. We are getting another impromptu conference. Let's listen right here on live.
We don't want anybody in the breakdown lane because we still have more units as well that's going in to the boat ramp area. So we just don't want to clog this up. That's why the breakdown lane's closed on this side. You guys can go anywhere you want. That's public property in town.
Can you tell us where was his vehicle from?
I can't comment on that. Department of Public Safety would be the ones that would be able to answer any questions on that, okay?
So you said at 1 o'clock there's going to be another update, I believe.
That's correct.
After the one this morning at 11 and 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it was, what time did we meet this morning? 10. They're all blurring together right now.
All right. You're saying there's one at 1?
I was told at 1 o'clock. I just made a phone call. That was the information that was given to me, that there was a 1 o'clock. And that was the same thing this morning that I put out. I think it must have been around 10:30.
How hopeful are we to find him today?
What's that?
How hopeful are we to find him today?
We're going to keep our searches up until it's we bring an end to this.
Can you tell us how many divers were in that pond or lake behind us?
I can't comment on that. That'll be all answers that'll come from the Department of Public Safety. Okay. So I'm sorry I don't have a lot for you right at this moment. Yes.
Are we able to take 5 cameras at a time down there? Quick shot from back.
So anywhere that you see the cones, we can't have you park. Okay.
But can we walk? 5 minutes to keep going out. 5 cameras at a time.
Yeah, I mean.
Right? Okay.
I'm just relaying what was told to me. We need to keep this area shut down.
But we could just walk down, film, and walk back.
Well, there's places up the road as well that, there's all sorts of kind of roads over that way and that aren't coned off.
Okay.
This area right here, we're just going to
take 5 at a time, get our,
This part of the road is blocked. That's what I can say. This part where all the cones are, this is blocked. That's shut down. Anything that doesn't have the cones right here. They asked us to keep people on this side of the road, not that side of the road, because there are teams all over the place through here. Okay.
So you don't want us walking down here.
More of that will come from Department of Public Safety.
Oh, the shelter pit.
Yeah, more of that's going to come out for them.
But nothing's changed since here.
Clarity, sir, you don't want anybody walking down. Or yes, we can.
No, I don't want anybody walking down. I do not want anybody walking down. The breakdown's closed, okay? If you drive somewhere, then that's different if you go somewhere where there aren't cones, okay? But there should be more to come out a little bit later, okay?
At 1?
That's where I just went.
County 52 and 53.
And a person's been giving me the updates, and he said 1 o'clock, Lewiston City Hall. Okay, guys? Thank you. All right.
All right, that update is coming up in a little bit, 3 p.m. Eastern. Wanted to show that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as officials continue talking to the media, just letting them know where they can't go in this investigation. Right now, perfect opportunity for us to take another 2-minute break.
Can you make your way over to 15 Yankee Way, Durham, for a noise disturbance complaint?
Horrible massacre that took the lives of 18 people. We'll be back. More Sky Fox Live images when we return.
Okay. You ready?
County.
6.
Give me the exact times on the 911 calls.
First one is 11:40. Second is 11:43. 11:40 and 11:43.
That's what copy.
Okay, I need you off the side of the road. Off the side of the road. Your vehicle up here. The vehicle needs to be moved as well. Vehicle's off the road. Sir?
Let me know if they end up in your shop.
Yes, sir. Yes, you're right. Is this like a robot or a timer?
Seems to be, yeah. I think it's a robot, yeah. You see the guy with the screen?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's his controlling it. It's not that I know anything, I'm just getting it. the water does.
Alla det då.
Up on New York, one from water investigation in Maine.
Be happy enough just with the team behind you because.
press conference. That includes law enforcement will be getting into the water with dive teams, and that's actually what's going on with the sea. Heavily relying to those divers that are in the water. We also probably about 15 minutes ago saw boats taken down the stream. Now, I want to have Johnny move the camera here. You can actually see something in the water where they're currently using for this dive process. Now make sure your signal is well used both on air and online as you continue tracking the latest on this massive manhunt. We're reporting from Lewiston. Matt Paddock. Stop working from across that.
I'm out at a river. Matt asked me to get live picture of the police are searching the river for the body of the suspected Maine shooter.
No, go ahead. Absolutely. I'll probably find him while you guys are
I'm gonna put the phone down so I can put the camera up.
My reporter to pick me up and then good luck. Is it weak? 25%. It's really good.
Yeah,
Are you feeding this back live?
Yeah. No, I'm at the program site on the other side of the bridge. Sure. Yeah. Okay, I'll take a picture.
Are they taking the slide? They shouldn't be taking you live. I would have to check off some.
Hey, we have live picture up of police searching the river.
Ready? Yeah, no, I think that's the way to do it. Stay up. That distant wall. Her er at politiet leter med videre etter mulige kroppen til masseskytser Robert Hart. De vil enten prøve å finne ham, eller utelukke om han er her. Det blir etter skyteepisoden så kjørte han bilen sin dit, og det antas at han har hatt en båt, eller tilgang til en båt, her i begynnelsen til denne helgen. Vannet her går veldig sterk strøm, og det er veldig bølgete. politiet bruker en liten robot for å dykke. Vannet i elven her har sterk strøm, så det er veldig gjørmete. Det er opptatt av trær, og det er litt. Politiet bruker derfor en robot i stedet for å sende ut dykkere. Og her leter de altså etter bevis på om man kan finne masseskipet i Robert Card. Båthavnen deres. Denne båthavnen er historiene etter masseskipet Robert Card. Nå leter politiet med dykkere. Elven her er veldig grunn. Vannet er gjørmete, og strømmen er sterk. Politiet leter nå med dykkere etter Politiet leter nå med dykkere etter mulige spor etter masseskipet Robert Card. Dette er et av de stedene. Politiets dykkere må være forsiktige når de leter etter spor etter masseskipet Robert Card i denne elven. Vannet er grunt. Did great swim trunk, but there's no pool. Always
I think it's a pool here. You could switch for rudder, like do something, please.
Og man håper å finne tegn på om Robert Card kan være i vannet, eller om man fortsatt er på fri.
Yeah, exactly. Very calm. Oh, I thought that's what you made that call. No, I don't know if they did. Sorry. I was reporting on my channel too, so we can do it. I can try and go through that and send it back. Let me know which one.
Dette er Lewiston Falls. Bak oss her leter politiet med dykkere og en dykkerrobot etter mulige spor etter masseskipet Robert Card. Dette er siste stedet der man har tilgang. Bilen hans ble funnet på andre siden her, og det blir antatt at han hadde tilgang til en båt her.
I would say Maine shooter searching the river.
6 counting.
6, but
Elva her har
We're still going to be on scene for just a little bit. We can go ahead and clear the signal.
County L unit. Signal 1000 is clear on ASO law. Signal 1000 is clear on ASO law.
I'll call you back in a minute. Ok. Moi, je suis... Si jamais il y a un... Tu m'appelles. Tu me diras si il y a des promoteurs. Ouais. Je pense que c'est peut-être un... Je pense que c'est un peu ça. Tu m'appelles? Ouais, je vais voir des... Ça marche. I'm so sweaty that I'm like, I'm nervous. I'm embarrassed.
Alright folks, we've been asked by State Police, have you all moved back to the other side of the road? All moved back to the other side of the road.
Yeah.
I'm getting kicked out.
County Mac 2. Can you go to Pleasant in North Maine? Pleasant in North Maine. There's a male there, hit his head. He's ill. It was possibly a fall. He's not quite alert. Rescue will get started.
Well, you were the first at that spot. You remained to the last.
No, you were so early.
Got it, man. Yeah, I almost beat you, but
Are you a freelancer?
oh no, I see the dog.
I'm
Oh, I mean.
I'm a freelancer that you guys can find. I'm doing live.
Oh, okay. They give you the live thing? I'm a freelancer, I'm a YouTuber.
But you're local to me?
No, I'm from England. So I crossed over the border for this. I have to lie because I don't have a working visa. So I just told them, I'm coming to visit Mount Washington. Happened by chance. I may stumble upon a terrible mass shooting at the past. But
Yeah, it's
yeah. Well, I guess
well,
we'll
then,
be.
I was reading that you might be working.
Well, if I mean, go anywhere in Canada.
Yeah,
God knows I can.
There's insurance out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Canada's kind of a place.
You literally committed a crime.
Mac 2 County, show me out.
Step for Mac 2.
Oops, sorry. I'm going to the
Alright, well, I'm going to go figure out what's going on. When did you get up here? Yesterday.
I'm at North Maine and Pleasant now. I'm not seeing anybody. I'm going to work my way through West Street and Pleasant.
Mac 2, the caller said he was just at the Cisco at the intersection. And he was mapping right between Pleasant Street and North Main Street, about where the gas station would have been.
Our stuff is there.
Get up there!
No!
No! It says police line don't cross, so you don't cross.
Okay. Well, I need to go there.
Back to County. Can you call Client Park back and get the exact location? I'm not seeing anyone around here.
Yeah. 10-4, I could try. He's not local to the area, but I'll give him a call back.
Mac 2, the map was at 23 Pleasant. I'll see if that's moved on Rapid.
Traemos imágenes de un supermercado que es el único abierto con unas filas interminables.
Over there.
Mac 2, guys, I'm not getting an answer on the cell. I'm going to see if I can leave a voicemail.
10-4, still searching the area.
10-4. I tried to leave a voicemail just now, and the number started beeping as if it was disconnected.
Mac 2 County, I located the individual at Dad's place. Have rescue respond.
I was standing at the fire. I drove past the fire. I was like, is that cheap?
I mean, it depends. So did you knock it under the lock?
I pulled over.
Oh, you saved it a weekend? Yeah. When they asked me to, I got saved that. It's a good description.
Mac 2 County, you have a 29 to attach me, ready?
Mac 2.
Her name is Merrill. First name is Michael. Date of birth is 4/25/61.
Okay, so.
Mac 2, he's valid Class B negative in-house caution for alcohol issues and history of standoff.
By the way, they're going to bring 2 people out of handcuffs also. That's what they're going to do. The 2 people that are walking over, that's what they're going to go get. Yeah, they're going to bring 2 back in handcuffs. Yeah, that's what they said. They were going to get the 2 guys that was walking over there.
No way.
It's a kind of trail, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a trail that goes all the way down, falls around the sea.
Just be happy with right.
Yeah, go be Adam.
I'm never right. Listen, I don't know with me under the boat. As much as one of them.
This is getting to see throughout the day, 40s. Long
These breaks.
No, I'm good.
6 County.
6, go ahead.
Reference this one. Mark is all set at this time. And go ahead and attach us to the other one. We'll go check that out in just a minute.
Sample.
Heating the over. They basically told. I just pulled up. I basically told everybody get behind the line. Oh, there you go.
There's someone there? Robert, are we able to go down there? Get the
Robert Miller.
Yeah.
How are you? Doing good.
No, I couldn't go over there. I was walking over and then they just put it in and I didn't know the They had the robot little
Matthew County, I have a 28 to attach. Are you ready?
Good.
Maine PC 5485 Zulu Lima. 5485 Zulu Lima.
Sample. Be advised, it is suspended for tolls on that male individual.
water, please.
All right, Fellini. Oh, they go after the car. Here, you want to come get it?
In Lisbon, Maine. In Lisbon, Maine, the search continues for suspected mass shooter Robert Carr, where a third
County, code 1.
såg ut. Vad sådär.
Actually, can I trim the 10-8?
Definitely.
Jag ser supernära på dig.
Fifty-two, 53, setting.
Travel.
25 County, we're off on Yankee Way.
Temple.
County 52.
Good.
Well-being check for you in 53. Either to Churchill Road at Spring Rock Park. I'll see if I can find you an apartment number. Our caller looking for a well-being check on our brother, Michael Longley. Hasn't heard from him on a we reached since Wednesday. The apartment number. 25 County.
25.
Incident unfounded. I checked the area. All units staying.
10-4.
Porque es que yo estuve antes en la policía. Sí, y luego porque además me puedes poner lejos y tienes y me pones al lado las lucecitas. Yo no tengo ningún problema con las lucecitas. gente habla, pero no hay solución. Ah, no, claro, si nos metemos abajo es solo.
County. 53, go ahead.
I'm in my vehicle heading over there with 52.
10-4.
County Falls 5.
Go ahead.
Falls 5. Keep an eye out for a silver Ford truck, F-150, with Western Maine concrete on the side. I had a caller at 8 Monroe reporting that a female exited an apartment there, assaulted the occupant of the vehicle, and then they both left together in that vehicle, headed towards downtown. That vehicle does come back to a 2018 silver Ford F-150 to a Clyde Pingree out of Wilton. That subject is Code F.
10-4, can you advise Jane Wilton also?
Devil.
52 County ammo.
10-4.
.53 County ammo.
10-4.
County 5253, stall set. County 52 and 53, stall set.
Yeah, all set.
Double.
County Falls 5 for a disturbance.
Go ahead.
298 Strickland Loop Road. 298 Strickland Loop Road. Caller reporting there's somebody at the location informing the caller that he needs to leave. The caller stated he has not been residing at that property but pays the taxes on it. He also mentioned that he does have a firearm in his truck, but he'll leave it there. Just wanted us to be aware of that. I'll start Jay.
Ten 4. 53 County 10-7.
53, can you 10-9?
'53 County 10-7.
Down for 53. County 52. County 52, I lost contact with you, but I heard what you said.
Devil, how you? False 5, I'm out.
Down for false 5.
Fall 5, go ahead.
You can let Jay know they can slow down.
10-4, will advise.
County Falls 5, you all set?
Yeah.
10-4. Any false 5, you all set?
10-4, J units here. I'll be all set on jacks.
10-4.
County.
6, go ahead.
Go ahead and send that turn a complaint to my screen.
10-4.
County. Is there anything else pending?
We do have some stuff pending, however, it's all going to be for the falls.
Okay, nothing for us then. I'll be 10-8.
Tap 1.
9, County.
9, go ahead.
Myself and 11 are clear of Peter Veer. MCU and a couple ATF agents are still on scene.
Tap 4. County Mac 2.
Go for Mac 2.
Mac 2, I'm going to have a motor vehicle attached to your screen once my computer loads. It's going to be coming in from mine into Mechanic Falls on Route 121. They're just going by the Vineyard Church now. It's going to be a black Ford F-150 report to be all over the road. Caller is still behind it at this time.
10-4, is it going outbound towards mine or towards Oxford?
It just came out of mine into Mechanic Falls.
County Falls 5. Are either you or the J unit able to clear?
10-4, we both got.
10-4, can one of you start towards 423 Park Street? It'll be right next to the cemetery at the top of the hill by Cretians. Took a call from a juvenile reporting that somebody needed to be transported to the hospital, and then that juvenile disconnected the line. The plot is mapping well behind 423, but right off the edge of the cemetery towards downtown.
County 10-7.
Down for 52.
Mac 2 County, is the caller still following the vehicle?
Mac 2, not sure. We've currently disconnected with them.
10-4.
County Falls 5. Falls 5. I did get a response via text. Caller looks to be the parent of the juvenile being autistic. They said that they're all set. I'm just gathering their basic information now. County Falls 5. Got some calls pending in Livermore Falls. Are you ready for the next one?
10-4.
Down for you. The next one's going to be 26 Gagnon Street for a well-being check. Caller requesting a well-being check on a Victor Trebank, the above address. No contact since the 28th of August. Highly unusual for him.
Falls 5 County.
Falls 5.
Can you check in-house for him? I think Falls 1 was looking for him.
Yeah, for us it's going to be an extra second, but I can do that.
Mac 2 County, I checked the area. Only able to locate. Go and show me tank.
Down 4. County 6.
Good.
6, abandoned 911, 15 at Seaward Road in Turner. No answer on callback. I have sent a text. No history with the
2 County on South Lewiston.
Over the address is history with a Charles Malika. The LPSAs recently.
County Falls 5.
10-4. See if he responds. Guess I'll head up that way and check on him.
You can make your way over to the Walgreens. I have a disturbance for you. It's going to be a male subject.
2 County 10.
Somewhere in his 50s. Took alcohol at the shop and just started drinking it. At this time, he's still in the store.
Down for 1.
12, got it. 10-4, coming from Gagnon. Was that his original address off of Route 4?
Not sure if it's his original address, the one that they did find him at LPSAs.
Okay, 10-4.
Something blue.
Falls 5 County, I'll be out.
10-4.
Standby.
Okay, you're responding. St. Mary C3, Duville Pavilion, 2 West.
Falls 5 now.
Hi, Central, did you have traffic for us? Line. Fire, stand by for tones.
6, got him out on the ramp. You want to send him out and just update the Seaward call with rescue going over.
10-4.
Check the area. Only able to locate. Go and show me 10.
There's a forest ranger out with a red F-150 who's smoking pretty bad. He already dumped 60 gallons on it. It's still smoking.
Stand by for activation.
Rescue, please respond 15 at Seaward Road, 15 Seaward Road in Turner. Responding for male, looking for transport to the hospital for detox. He is cooperative, has already spoken with PD. It's 15 at Seaward Road in Turner for a male needing transport for detox. I'll get an age for you by the time you go en route. Time to age is 15:23. County 21.
Go ahead.
Range Pond State Park, Poland's headed for a vehicle fire.
10-4. Com Center 520 and Route 9, copy all your traffic.
520 en route, and you copy my traffic.
Engine 2 and Squad 1 will be in reps ring pod.
Same traffic. 2 County Lewiston.
10-4. County Falls 5.
Good.
You can make your way over to the Walgreens. I have a disturbance for you. It's going to be a male subject, somewhere in his 50s, took alcohol off the shelf and just started drinking it. At this time, he's still in the store. You want on responding?
10-4, coming from Gagnon.
10-4.
Do I have a description?
Your patient's 53, 53-year-old male. Falls 5, sunglasses.
Copy, 53-year-old male.
Something.
County Falls 5, Falls 5.
Okay.
10-4.
Falls 5, I'm out.
Six, got him out on the ramp. If you want to send him out and just update the Seaward call with rescue going over.
10-4.
Com Center 520.
Go ahead.
I'll take the engine. They're going to have to put some water on it. You can return the tanker and the ambulance.
6 and Squad 1, you guys can return to quarters.
6, copy.
Squad 1, copy.
Engine, you guys can go code 1 and just pull up in front of my vehicle and we'll just grab the booster line. Go from active. 3 receive. We're turning on Empire now.
Child custody dispute to your screen. 26 True Street is the caller's address. He's reporting that his child's mother is refusing to let the kids go to his residence because of the current events. Looking for a phone call.
10-4.
County Falls 5, you all set?
10-4. I'll be all set on check.
10-4. County 21.
Go ahead.
Range Pond State Park, Collins headed for a vehicle fire.
On scene.
10-6, got it.
6, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, until this gentleman's questions, it is about an eviction process. A couple other things, but he's all set. Is anything else pending?
Common issues on scene at Ring Pond.
Negative, not for the county.
10-4. If you could get the garage door for me, that'd be great.
10-4.
Bay-Door 3, our button's not working.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have a call for you for local transfer.
Alright, 10-4, drop it off.
21's out.
10-4.
Coming to you right now. Going to be going to Central Maine M4 to Duville 2 West.
County Falls 5, you all set?
All set.
10-4.
Falls 5 County.
Falls 5.
You can change the call to a theft. I'll be in the area, put 10-8.
10-4, I'm going to put a public service call to your screen. It's just a phone call about a upcoming trunk or treat.
10-4.
Center, we're back in the area.
Copy that.
County Mac 2.
107, sorry about that. Savannah 6 will be en route
Child
to assist
custody
you.
is to your screen. 26 Drew Street is the caller's address. He's reporting that his child's mother is refusing to let the kids go to his residence because of the current events. Looking for a phone call.
10-4.
Bonnie Blake, Pleasant Street in Lewiston. The subject that is the lawn care maintenance for the vacant property is running towards
County
David
Falls 5,
Blake,
you all set?
threatening to hurt him. No weapons.
10-4. I'll be all set on check.
Temple.
Six County.
6, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, until this gentleman's questions, it is about an eviction process. A couple other things, but he's all set. Is anything else pending?
Negative, not for the county.
10-4. If you could get the garage door for me, that'd be great.
10-4.
Con, squad 1 back in quarters.
Quarter.
21's out.
10-4. 27, code 4.
107 status.
10-4.
Contact 6 back in quarters.
Falls 5 County.
Falls 5.
You can change the call to a theft. I'll be in the area, but 10-8.
Falls County, info 13.
10-4. I'm going to put a public service call to your screen. It's just a demo call about a upcoming trunk or treat.
Central. What floor are we going to?
10, you're going to be going to M4, transporting to Juville 2 West.
Report to band 6. Engine 2 and 520 are going to be clear in service. 27, code 4.
10-4.
Code info 13.
10-4.
Lewiston 107, about a 60, so all set.
County Turner 2-1 transporting St. Mary's starting 0.
Starting 0. to 110. I'm sending down a couple of people, representatives from Papa John's. I've spoken to one of the task force members, and they're going to be dropping off a bunch of pie. 10-4.
Mac 2 County, show me 10-8.
Down for Mac 2.
Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Well, every day the manhunt is expanding for the suspect in a horrific mass shooting that happened in Maine. Police continue to search for 40-year-old Robert Card, who remains on the run, and every day we're getting more and more answers. Again, a news conference coming up here in the next hour or so, expecting yet another update there. Though we do want to go out right now to Fox's Kaylee Schuyler, who's joining us live from Lisbon Falls. Kaylee, thanks so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. We talked with you yesterday numerous times. What type of update can you provide today at this hour?
Yeah, Lexi. Well, right now I'm sitting by the Androscoggin River, which is where divers went into the water today. We're told that investigators were looking for potential bodies or additional evidence because this is close to where investigators found Card's car after the shootings. We also know joining the search is U.S. Border Patrol agents from an elite tactical unit known as BORTAC. They have recently assisted in several high-profile cases. Just last month, they helped find escaped Pennsylvania murderer Danilo Cavalcante. We know more than 300 officers are involved in this search. Over the last 2 days, officials found a note that the suspect wrote and left behind at one of his homes. Details were not shared about that note, however. Law enforcement sources tell Fox a cell phone belonging to the suspect was found in his home during a search by police, and a gun was found in his car. Officials say they have received more than 530 tips and are urging residents to continue to call in with leads.
Continue with giving us information. So if you see something, please pass it along to us. Any little thing can certainly help. And that's why we're continuing efforts where we're at today, because we're getting tips from people. These tips are what we need to help us do our job. Do our job to us.
We also continue to learn more about the lives lost in this tragedy. We know a father and his 14-year-old son were killed at the bowling alley, and the manager at the restaurant where the shooting occurred was killed while he was trying to protect other people inside. I'm told that although this is only 3 of the 18 stories, the whole community is grieving all 18 lives lost, and they're hoping they find whoever did this soon. Back to you, Lexi.
Keely, thanks so much for that update. It's interesting that you mentioned this Border Patrol group that assisted with Danilo Cavalcante. That's kind of where my mind went when we talked about this manhunt, because we'll remember that he was on the run for nearly 2 weeks. So certainly hoping that more people that join in, the more that this will help. Now, Keely, yesterday we spoke to you. You were in Lewiston, I believe. Today you're in Lisbon Falls. Talk to us maybe about some of the differences in your reporting at both areas.
Yeah, so I know I came on several times yesterday in Lewiston and said it was actually pretty quiet over in Lewiston. I was next to the restaurant where the shooting occurred on Wednesday night, and there wasn't a lot going on. You could see a couple of cop cars parked in front of the restaurant, but that was really about it. Now, here today is a totally different story. We have seen a lot of activity over here, divers going into the water, police walking down the road that you can see here behind me. We've even seen video of police out in fields marching with guns. So it's been a lot more active today. We've seen choppers consistently in the sky. So definitely can see a lot more of the search on the ground here than you could yesterday.
All right, Fox's Keely Schuyler there reporting live from Lisbon Falls. Keely, thanks so much. We'll talk with you again here in the next couple hours.
Thank you.
All right, and let's continue on. You heard Keely talking about the dive teams. Let's show you a little bit more video that we have coming in here as we watch some of those search efforts continue. You'll remember that Robert Card's vehicle was found near a boat dock, so a lot of the search efforts focusing now on the waters too. We've of course seen helicopters in the air efforts, the water efforts, the on-land efforts as well. Really just more and more people that are continuing to come in here. And as Keely mentioned, now that group of U.S. Border Patrol agents from an elite tactical unit are stepping in to help as well. They assisted with Danilo Cavalcante when he was on the run. So now everybody is really just all eyes on this manhunt and trying to make sure that they can get this very dangerous individual off the streets. We also learned more information as well. A law enforcement source telling Fox today that a rifle was found in the car that was abandoned by the mass shootings suspect. Authorities also have in their possession, as Kaylee mentioned, a cell phone belonging to Card that was found in his home during a search by law enforcement. And that search last night, we were live on that coverage, and it was really intense. We didn't know time. Was he inside? There was a lot of questions about that as well. You may have been watching with us. We thought maybe he was inside. Maybe this was the moment that they were going to be able to bring him in, but as we learned, that was not the case. We're just doing standard procedure that comes with executing a search warrant. So still much more to come on this. We are getting that update again. 5 o'clock Eastern is when we'll hear from officials on this, and hopefully a little more information today, as we have been every day now in day 3 of this manhunt. Let's play out. We've heard several updates today from different officials. Let's bring you this update from a little bit earlier, for hearing from a conservation department member that spoke briefly this morning.
Might be anything in the water.
You said you're ruling out a bunch of things. Dead bodies?
We are ruling out areas where he might be. And so, obviously the car was found at the boat launch a couple days ago. So we are looking at this area on the ground, in the water, and we're doing that by ground searchers along the banks, boats in the water that are equipped with side scan sonar that can see underwater, and then also from the air with helicopters.
So there were suggestions that his mobile...
Mark, M-A-R-K, L-A-T-T-I. He is in Tom.
There were suggestions that his mobile phone had been...
I do not know anything about that. I'm the Director of Communications for the Maine Department of Human Fisheries and Wildlife.
It's pretty methodical.
It's a grid search. We've marked down areas, assigned teams. We have about 40 people who are patrolling the banks. We have 2 boats on the water, a couple people in each boat, and then crews in the helicopter.
So for the area, the technology that's being
probably
used?
over 40 people searching in this area by a variety of methods.
What about search technology, like LiDAR? What kind of technology is being used in the search?
So, sonar on the boats, and there's thermal imagery on the aircraft.
How important is it to have all these marked down to search? Are those based on tips or what?
Those are based on points last seen and trying to rule out different areas where he may be.
Any challenges?
How important
nice to have all these agencies working together as one to kind of, it help bring justice to be able to try to figure out, what this guy is.
It's a tremendous undertaking, and no one agency could do it alone. So having the resources that we have, both national and at the state level, really gives us a great team to fan out and really try and find him as quickly as possible.
What are the challenges?
The Border Patrol, the special unit, has been involved also?
We have agencies and different organizations here, both state and federal.
How long does something like this take? There's no time limit on it. They do it in a method that they feel that they have covered the area thoroughly. A couple hours? Could be a couple hours, could be longer. I mean, when you're talking about a water search in the water, that takes longer than an air search. Ground searchers, it's very methodical, but they are, but they do clear an area within an hour to a couple hours, depending on the search area.
Can you explain why this wasn't done, help us understand why this wasn't done yesterday, given that we knew before yesterday that the car was found here?
There was a lot of work that was done yesterday that might not have been visible to the media and the cameras. But once that was accomplished, we were able to refocus the search in certain areas.
Does daylight, provide more advantages versus, a significant search like this at night?
Certainly this is a better time. Certainly certainly this is one of the better times to be searching, and working to lower the water level assists us a lot in trying to see if there's anything in the water.
How much is able to lower the water level?
You'll update us.
The suspect might have gotten in a boat.
Yeah, so really that's about all I have right now, but I will be here, and if I hear anything new or there are any new developments, I'll come out. And early afternoon, I think I'll be able to give you some not new information. I can recap and tell you if there's anything new. And then tentatively, right now, there will be an afternoon press conference. It looks like around 3 o'clock, but look for details from Shannon Ross.
Did you locate his missing boat yet? Did you locate the missing boat?
I don't know about that. I know about the boat, but I don't know anything whether or not it's been located.
Would the 3 o'clock press conference be at Lewiston?
All right, listening in here to this update about some of the water efforts that are happening as this manhunt continues. Also reminding people that we will be getting an update here now in under an hour from officials. It looks like we have a shot in as well as we wait for that news conference to begin. So we'll keep
County 12 or 25.
Well. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick commercial break, giving you a picture here. This from Israel's southern city of Ashkelon. You can see a lot
12. Just a suspicious condition. 266 College Road. Callers say he heard 3 gunshot sounds. They're a little spaced out. Not sure exactly where they came from, but thinks it might be coming from somewhere in the town line of Lewiston and Green.
10-4. I'll check the area.
10-4.
Well, try him today.
10-4.
Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Beginning here with a live look out of Maine. We'll be getting an update from officials as the manhunt continues for 40-year-old Robert Card. That is expected here in a little under an hour, in about 50 minutes or so at 5 o'clock Eastern is when that's scheduled to begin. We also want to bring you another live picture here from the southern city of Ashkelon in Israel, bringing you all of these live images that we're getting from around the world. We also want to show you some video here as Israel continues its bombardment of Gaza. The Israeli military saying that targets were hit on the outskirts of Gaza City, and plumes of smoke could be seen as Israel carried out another round of ground raids today. Israel's Minister of Defense said today that the ground invasion is coming soon and could last months. He also said the mission of the Israeli army is the destruction of Hamas military and governing capabilities, the return of hostages, and securing Israel's southern arena. Also showing you video here, an airstrike demolishing a refugee camp in Gaza. Check out this video that's coming into us. The missile hitting houses in a refugee camp in Gaza City today, reducing them to rubble. Several people were reportedly killed, but that number could climb. Rescuers and civilians began digging through the mounds of concrete and debris looking for possible survivors of this. Israel continuing its bombardment of Gaza by fighter jets and drones as it prepares for that expected ground invasion of the Hamas-ruled territory. And we do want to bring you an update here with all that has been going on. Fox's Mike Tobin is in southern Israel. He brings us the latest.
Hamas rockets raining down on Israel. A direct hit on an apartment building in Tel Aviv on Friday, the second time this week. The rocket strike injuring at least 3 civilians. Hamas has launched thousands of rockets at Israel since the start of the war on October 7th, intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure. Israel ramping up its response, the IDF conducting another in-and-out Gaza ground raid overnight. Officials there say these raids are laying the groundwork for the larger scale invasion to come. And earlier on Friday, the U.S. striking 2 locations in eastern Syria linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The strikes were in retaliation for attacks against U.S. bases and personnel in the region. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces issuing this illustration of Shifa Hospital in Gaza, showing what it calls an underground terror complex.
3 gunshot sounds.
Centers hidden
They're a
underneath
little
the building.
spaced out.
He uses
Not sure exactly where they came from, but thinks it might be coming from somewhere in the town line of Lewiston and Green.
rockets, etc., etc.
The IDF says that by operating from these hospitals, Hamas not only endangers the lives of Israeli civilians, but also exploits innocent Gazan civilians.
There is fuel in hospitals in Gaza, and Hamas is using it for its terror infrastructures.
Hamas says it won't release any of the 229 hostages until a ceasefire deal is reached. In Sderot, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, and showing you some other video that we're getting in here as a Tel Aviv apartment building suffered major damage after a missile strike. Video showing the devastation to the upper floors with windows and walls blown out and heavy fire damage. At least 4 people were killed. An Israeli military official says that sirens and mobile residents who fled to safety, reducing the number of casualties. The rocket attack was reportedly launched from the Gaza Strip, hitting the building. We also want to bring you another report here. Now, day 21 of Israel at war. The IDF pounding Hamas targets in Gaza. Fox's Brian Yennis is in Jerusalem. He brings us this update.
The center of Israel and its commercial capital under attack. A rocket fired from Gaza slamming into an apartment building in Tel Aviv, just one target in a larger barrage. Tel Aviv's police chief says at least 3 people were injured in the strike. Crews are working to enter the building to make sure nobody else is trapped. The rocket damaged both a top floor apartment and an apartment below. Officials telling onlookers to leave the area and instead watch on television. And Israeli tanks and troops briefly entered Gaza in a second raid ahead of a larger ground invasion. Now time could be of the essence.
Yeah, I think it needs to be immediate because they need to understand that, you know, what is going on in Israel is going on in Israel. You're not going to attack our U.S. troops. They need to be protected. Our diplomatic facilities need to be protected. You let it go on, you're going to see another Benghazi if you're not careful.
Meanwhile, official says the terrorist group cannot hostages it has captured until a ceasefire deal is reached. This as the number of hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas has risen to 229. That's 5 more than the 224 reported on Thursday. The Israeli defense minister says the battle to eradicate Hamas will be a long one. It's not a matter of days nor weeks, but months. In Jerusalem, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. We do want to take you out to another live event that we're following right now. The United Nations Security Council speaking on the war. Let's listen in here live next.
أريد أن نبدأ باللغة العربية أولاً. I'll start in Arabic first. يعني هذه الوقفة في الجمعية العامة التي صوتت ب120 صوتاً لصالح المشروع العربي وضده فقط 14 صوت تؤكد على أن الجمعية العامة هي البيت الأوسع والبيت الذي يدافع عن الحق والعدل والإنسانية في نفس الوقت، لأن المشروع العربي في جوهره منذ البداية ونحن نقول نريد وقف العدوان، وقف إطلاق النار فورا، نريد إدخال المساعدات.
Okay, we are working to bring this to you once it begins in English. Obviously, they are beginning here in Arabic first, so we will bring you that here momentarily. In the meantime, working to get another live event pulled up for you here as we're hearing from the UN General Assembly. They're holding an emergency special session on the war right now as we speak, so we're waiting for that to get situated here. A lot of live events that are continuing to pour in at the moment as we wait for this one to come in to us. Again, we'll bring you out to the United Nations Security Council once that starts up in English once again. We also have much more coverage coming up for you as well when it comes to the updates in the Maine manhunt. Here's a live look there at the podium. That's expected to start here in about 40 minutes or so. But let's take you out right now. As I mentioned, the UN General Assembly right now is holding an emergency special session on the Israel-Hamas war. Let's listen in live.
True aim was when this resolution was submitted. Was it to bring about a solution, or was it to tie Israel's hands from defending itself? Distinguished representatives, Israel's goal is to eradicate Hamas's capabilities for the sole purpose of preventing future atrocities. We all know that if given the chance, Hamas and Hezbollah would commit the October 7th massacre again and again and again until there is not a single Israeli left to murder or a single citizen to terrorize and drive away from Israel. And the only way to destroy Hamas is to root them out of their tunnels and their subterranean city of terror. Hamas has embedded itself deep within and under the Gazan civilian population. Just today, Israel intelligence unequivocally proving that Hamas's main operating base is located inside and underneath Shifa Hospital in Gaza, home to thousands of patients and medical staff. The people of Gaza are being exploited as human shields for terrorists. Why are you not holding Hamas accountable? 17 years of Hamas's indiscriminate rocket fire on our civilian from within populated areas is not enough for you to comprehend this? Yet this dangerous resolution demands that Israel call for Gazans to return to this active war zone. Is the goal here to further endanger human lives? This ridiculous resolution has the audacity to call for a truce. The goal of this resolution's truce is that Israel should cease to defend itself to Hamas so Hamas can light us on fire. The drafters of this terrible resolution have shown that, according to them, the most reliable source for accurate information is an ISIS-like terror group. Israel is closely monitoring the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and we know that there is no humanitarian crisis in accordance with international humanitarian law. Trusting the reports coming out of Gaza is exactly like trusting reports from ISIS. Does the international community trust information provided by ISIS? Does it trust numbers provided by Boko Haram? Of course not. So why is Hamas, a savage terror group no different than ISIS or Boko Haram, trusted? How can you choose to believe such distortions? Every single Gazan ministry is run by Hamas. It is all a front for Hamas. Every official statistic is the word of genocidal terrorists. For example, the fact that UN officials and some of you are still parroting Hamas's lies about what happened at the Al-Ahli hospital is a true disgrace. It was proven with absolute certainty that it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that hit the hospital parking lot, and that the number of casualties is far lower than Hamas's reports. Yet you continue to echo these lies. Shame on you. Shame on you. The truth holds zero importance in this body. Zero. Today, the majority of the international community has shown that it prefers to support the defense of Nazi terrorists rather than support the law-abiding state of Israel to defend its civilians. Anyone who is truly interested in preventing violence shouldn't vote for resolutions protecting terrorists. And whoever truly wants to prevent more violence should be calling on Hamas to lay down their arms, turn themselves in, and return all hostages. If this were to happen, the war would end immediately. This is a dark day for the UN and for mankind. Mr. President, Israel will continue to defend itself. We will defend our future, our very existence, by reading the words of Hamas's evil so that it can never threaten anyone else again. Israel will use every means at our disposal to accomplish this mission. Israel will do what must be done to eradicate Hamas's capabilities and bring the hostages home. And we will bring them home. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Israel for his statement, and now invite the distinguished representative of India to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a world where differences and disputes should be resolved by dialogue, this august body should be deeply concerned at recourse to violence. That too, when it happens on a scale and intensity that is an affront to basic human values. Violence as a means to achieve political objectives damages indiscriminately and does not pave the way for any durable solutions. The terror attacks in Israel on 7th October were shocking and deserve condemnation. Our thoughts are also with those taken hostages. We call for their immediate and unconditional release. Terrorism is a malignancy and knows no borders, nationality, or race. The world should not buy into any justification of terror acts. Let us keep aside differences, unite, and adopt a zero-tolerance approach to terrorism. Mr. President, Casualties in the ongoing conflict in Gaza are a telling, serious, and continuing concern. Civilians, especially women and children, are paying with their lives. This humanitarian crisis needs to be addressed. We welcome the international community's de-escalation efforts and delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. India, too, has contributed to this effort. Mr. President, India is deeply concerned at the deteriorating security situation and astounding loss of civilian lives in the ongoing conflict. The escalation of hostilities in the region will only exacerbate the humanitarian crisis. It is necessary for all parties to display the utmost responsibility. Mr. President, India has always supported a negotiated two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine issue, leading to the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine, living within secure and recognized borders, side by side in peace with Israel. For this, we urge the parties to de-escalate, eschew violence, and work towards creating conditions for an early resumption of direct peace negotiations. We hope that the deliberations of this Assembly will send a clear message against terror and violence and expand prospects for diplomacy and dialogue while addressing the humanitarian crisis that confronts us. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement and now invite the distinguished representative of Ghana to take the floor.
Go ahead.
I've checked the area. I haven't heard anything. You can show me 10-8.
Gravely concerned by the situation in the Middle East, triggered in the latest instance by the Medros outrage caused by Hamas on 7th October 2023 in southern Israel, including continuing to hold as hostages those abducted, and the impact of the response of Israel, which has created a humanitarian nightmare in Gaza. We understand the moral dilemma Hamas has created for Israel and the Palestinian people, but Hamas is not the Palestinian people, and we appreciate the recognition by Israel that its actions must be guided by international law and the responsibility to protect civilians. We have a responsibility as an international community to help end the heartbreaking tragedies that have brought tears, hate, revenge, and a cycle of despair to those caught up in the violence visited on Israel and Palestine. That is why Ghana has worked with other members of the Security Council, including Brazil as President of the month, to find a consensual resolution in the Council that responds to the pain and fear of Israelis and the safety, security, and well-being of Palestinian civilians. That is also why we think that out of this tragedy, we must find the fierce urgency to support the two parties, Israel and the Palestinian Authority, to resume and conclude a peace agreement so that their two nations, Israel and Palestine, will live side by side within secure and recognized borders. We voted for the draft resolution submitted by the Arab group, not because it met the comprehensive set of elements necessary for a balanced text. We did so because we cannot turn away from the unfolding humanitarian disaster in the Gaza Strip. We cannot ignore the real threat of a regional war involving many actors inside and outside the immediate theater of conflict. And we cannot squander the impetus within this organ to seriously push for the resumption of negotiations on the two-state solution. We are pleased that we had the opportunity to vote on the amendments condemning Hamas and calling for the immediate and unconditional release of all
I haven't heard anything. You can show me 10-8.
Those who arm groups whose actions endanger the lives and statehood of Palestine must reconsider.
All right, you've been listening in live here to the UN General Assembly holding an emergency special session on the Israel-Hamas war. They adopted a resolution on the protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations in the conflict, and that's what they've been discussing here. You can also see we have a couple of live images here to show you as well. This first one out of Ashkelon in Israel, a lot of activity that we've been seeing throughout this live image. We also have another live picture here of a podium in Maine. We're expecting to get that update from officials here in the next 30 minutes or so at 5 o'clock Eastern. Of course, we'll be carrying it live for you. As soon as that begins, we're going to take a quick commercial break here. We're going to continue our coverage as the manhunt continues. How do you talk to your kids, your loved ones, when you're going through such a difficult period? Many families grieving, many families fearful. We're going to be speaking more about
Put
that.
a call to your screen. It's child custody dispute. Caller did not know the numeric on Brighton Hill Road, but should be able to point it out to you if need be. Her child is with the ex-husband because of the current events. The ex-husband is refusing to release the child to the caller.
10-4, give you a call. 1 County off at home.
10-4-1.
Engine 3, Rescue 3, Engine 3, Rescue 3, 135 Rodman Road, 135 Rodman Road, unknown age male collapse, unknown breathing status.
Rescue 1 clear, St. Mary.
Engine 3, Rescue 3, I'll 1 responding 135 Rodman Road, 135 Rodman Road. You're going for an unknown age male who collapsed on the ground. It was unknown breathing status. I just got another female on the line advising he is now awake and breathing, and they're bringing him up to the front lobby to meet you there.
Point it out to you if need be. Her child is with the ex-husband because of the current events. The ex-husband is refusing to release the child to the caller.
Eastern. This was initially set for 3 o'clock Eastern.
10-4, give you a call.
So hoping that we'll learn some more information here as soon as that begins. Of course, we'll be
1 County off at home.
live as soon as that gets started. In the meantime, there's so many conversations as this manhunt continues, so many different things that people are talking about. And one thing that we don't want to lose sight of is how do you talk to your loved ones when they're going through such a difficult period? Families that are grieving, families that are fearful.
Back to the coverage area.
The suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, is still on the run, and police, law enforcement, they continue their search efforts for him. We want to bring in right now Dr. Christine Silverstein, who is a author. She's also a peak performance coach. Thank you so much for joining us here, Christine. This is a very important topic, and we're glad to have you on.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Absolutely. So right now, families, kids in Maine and really beyond are very scared right now. A lot that is happening at the moment. Let's just begin with your general advice for them as we watch this manhunt continue.
Well, first of all, this is a really big shock for the people of Maine, simply because they thought their state was safe because they have low crime rates as compared to New York City and as compared to Chicago. So this shock is really challenging for everybody, and it's making everybody frightened. And we think back and we say, well, maybe there's something that we could have done to protect our children. But when you look at the situation in Israel, and people live with bomb shelters in their homes, and they have practice runs in case of an emergency, they were even taken off guard. So you don't really know what to do. These situations occur all over the United States, in movie theaters, at concerts, in schools, colleges, kindergartens, of worship. So it's ubiquitous. this in the United States, and we're trying to deal with it and how to talk to our children and teenagers.
Yeah, and you just touched on a really good point there, because that is something that we do keep going back. Maine is one of the states across the country with lower crime statistics, lower homicide rates, and it just shows that this can happen anywhere. And you said it there too. Schools, movie theaters, grocery stores. Now we're seeing a bar and grill in a bowling alley, and it's really just sad that we live in a world right now where it feels like nowhere is ever 100% safe. Can you just talk about maybe the patterns that you've seen and the ways that this has really heightened the fear and anxiety of everyday life?
Well, the fact is that the people who are attacking, like in Israel, and also this shooter who is trained in military tactics, they take advantage of them by the element of surprise. So you're very vulnerable in the bowling alley, not expecting this to happen. And so you have no guard. One person I heard saw the shooter come in, and he crawled up inside the pin machine to save his life. And he was fortunate. So all of these fears talking about what to do, what to say, and we have a crisis of mental health in this country to begin with teenagers, children, and young adults. And so they're just coming off COVID, and these things are all exacerbating the situation with the terrorism in our own homeland. So I think people don't know what to say. Who does? You know, what parent knows what to say? But when you are preparing to talk to your teens and your children about this attack, you need to step back and look at your own feelings first. It's very important as an adult, because you're going to be the leader. You're going to be the person who is the role model. So when you're approaching a teen, for example, you have to first look at your own emotions and feelings relating to this shooting before you approach your teen. And this is because we have actually a phenomenon that's been known for many decades, and it's called empathic transmission of anxiety. So when we as adults are anxious and our emotions are very at a high level, we transmit how we feel to the person we're talking to, and that could be our teenagers. So we need to really settle down to know what we're going to say and put ourselves in the shoes of the children, of the teenagers, and to understand what they're experiencing, what their lived experience is, so that we can know what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what did they see at this event if they were present, what did they hear, and also to help them put things into perspective if there are some misconceptions. And the next thing to do is to allow them to express their feelings and thoughts without censoring. So to be in the present moment, it's very important to be in the present moment when you're talking to your children.
Sure.
And there are other things you can do.
Oh no,
please
go ahead and continue on there. You're giving some great advice here.
Okay, thank you. So at any rate, there are many things that you can do to tell your children you love them, to tell your children that they are safe, and to give them hugs. And really, right now, there's a lockdown, so it limits reaching out to healthcare professionals, maybe in the community. So you need to do the homework in your own home. So right now, to just prepare them for getting back to their schedules, and also going to vigils and prayer meetings where they can really respect those victims as the community, and start building up relationships to help everybody move forward. And also know that there's something that they can do to help their teens particularly. And that is because teens are naturally resilient. although we don't often think of them that way, they are really able to expand their minds during this growth period. So they have amazing brains. The left side and the right side are growing linkages. And during this time, they develop skills like using imagery, like using visualization. And that's actually the work that I do to help them to heal through trauma. So know that there is hope, that the teens, once they have proper care and respect in the schools, we're talking about that, keeping it open, then we'll see progress. And also, the hope is the Gen Zs who are talking about it right now, they are our future. They're helping us to move forward. So we have no more gun violence.
Sure, and that's some really great advice there. You know, everybody is feeling the impacts, whether you live near or far. But I also want to talk about families and teens who might have friends that were maybe at the bowling.
I called the complainant. I went right to voicemail and I give her a message to call back. She does let me know.
So maybe if there was someone that was there as a witness, someone who knows someone that was there, the ways that this is more personally impacting people, what's your advice to them?
Well, of course, if they were there, and that's why I said you need to really understand from their point of view, what did they experience, and let them talk about it, because these things will stay as a trauma if it is not worked on and healed. And I know that from my own personal experiences with having many miscarriages, and I thought that I got over the trauma of that. And I used to wake up at night and see the whole experience all over again until I healed from it. So I would also suggest that parents are vigilant at night when they're having dreams and they wake up and the reality is that there was this shooting and that some of the friends may have passed on. So to know, to be right there present and listen to what they're saying. This is the grieving period, which they really haven't even started because there's no vigils or community experience. But it will take some time to get through that. And then you can work on them later, some months down the road, to really work on the actual trauma, to release it before it settles into the unconscious and it creates challenges in the future with the experience coming back and preventing you from moving forward in your life. So definitely those in the bowling alley need hugs and feel safe. And they might feel a little guilt.
I called the complainant. I went right to voicemail and I give her a message to call back. She does let me know.
And the community will come together. I think that will help after the suspect is caught.
Yeah, Dr. Silverstein, you're bringing up a lot of really great points here. I feel like we've touched on a lot of this, especially as this manhunt continues. Is there anything else that you would like to address? Obviously, you've done such extensive work on this. You are an author as well. Any other final thoughts?
Well, I think we need to trust in our teens, particularly. They are resilient. We just have to show them as adults what to do and guide them and give them some credit, because usually in this society, we think that teenagers have risky behaviors. We don't give them credit to talk on their level. And they're the most favorite group of people that I work with. So I'm a very big advocate of listening to teenagers and young adults to help us move forward as a nation, to see what's really of value for us, like our environment, like our healthcare system, which is lacking greatly, especially in mental health. We need to improve that so that we can have healthy lives, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually.
Absolutely. So important. Dr. Christine Silverstein joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
All right, and we do want to take another quick commercial break here. Before we do, let's give you another live image here out of Maine. You can see everyone getting situated, getting set up here as we prepare to hear from officials yet again. Let's take a quick break. That, again, is set to begin hopefully on time in about 15 minutes or so. We'll take you out live as soon as it begins. In the meantime, a quick break.
9, County.
9, go ahead.
Can you start me a call for service for 78 River Street in Lewiston, and I'll be out there. There'll be no need for checks, and I'll fill in the rest afterwards.
10-4, you advise 78 River?
That's correct.
10-4.
Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, as we know, tonight is Friday, or today is Friday, but tonight is game 1 of the World Series, the D-backs versus the Rangers. It's all happening at Globe Life Field. Here's a live look from there in Arlington, Texas. This will be a fun one, and most likely many people did not think that these two teams would be facing off in the World Series, but here we are, and that's what makes this so great and so exciting. So we'll have some coverage of this throughout our programming today, as well as that continues on. In the meantime, we have a lot of other news to get to, a lot of major updates. Of course, that includes the manhunt out of Maine. We have a new image coming in right now we want to show you. You can see live right now, crews on the water. We're seeing so many efforts here between water searches, air searches, land searches, and hearing from officials about how this all works. You'll remember the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, his vehicle was found the night of the shootings that was abandoned near a boat dock. So a lot of efforts really focusing in on the waters today as well. And we're expecting an update here in 15 minutes. Here's a live look there from the program as we get ready for that to begin. So we're going to keep our eyes on all of this for you as we wait to hopefully get some new information here. Also giving you a live picture here from Ashkelon, Israel. A lot of activity that we've been seeing in this live image as well. Now day 21 of the war, so a lot of major.
Can you start me a call for service for 78 River Street in Lewiston, and I'll be out there. There'll be no need for checks, and I'll fill in the rest afterwards.
Special session on the
war. You advise 78 River
to protect civilians and uphold legal and humanitarian
obligations.
That's correct. Take you out live to that as it begins. Of course, we'll be waiting for this update out of Maine, though. As soon as that starts in about 13 minutes or so, we'll take you out live. Let's listen in, though, from New York City.
And the abhorrent deeds of Hamas cannot be justified by any rationale whatsoever. We reiterate our call for the immediate, unconditional, and safe release of all civilians taken hostage. Secondly, this resolution does not acknowledge Israel's legitimate right to defend its citizens and territory in compliance with international law. As with every country, Israel has a right to defend itself from heinous terrorist attacks, to protect its people from senseless violence, and to keep its territory secure. Mr. President, nevertheless, Singapore supported this resolution because we have always been a consistent advocate and defender of international law, the UN Charter, and the rules-based multilateral system. This resolution reaffirms all parties' obligation to respect and uphold international law,
County 25,
including international humanitarian law.
25.
It expresses strong support for the efforts by the
motor
Secretary
vehicle audio
General of the
screening me out of
United
position
Nations
for 136 and Durham
and for
towards
his
Freeport,
calls for the
seen by the
immediate
boat launch.
and unrestricted
The black
access
Ford
of humanitarian
F-150,
aid
72 Yankee Zebra to
and to
a
respond
Stephen
to the
Ramsey and
most
a
basic
Melanie
needs
Irish
of
on
the
Main Street,
Palestinian
Lisbon
civilian
Falls.
population
Complaint,
amid
excessive speeds,
the
tailgating,
unfolding
both Lisbon and
humanitarian
Freeport have been
crisis
advised.
in the Gaza Strip.
10-4, thanks, I appreciate it.
That all parties immediately and fully comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. And these obligations have been spelled out in many UN Security Council resolutions.
I've cleared his 6x8 shed.
All
He's all set.
innocent civilian lives must be protected. I thank you for your attention.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Singapore and now invite the distinguished representative of the Philippines to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines notes with grave concern the recent escalation of hostilities in the Middle East. We condemn the killings, terrorist attacks, and other acts of violence by Hamas that took place in Israel on the 7th of October 2023, and in this regard acknowledge the right of Israel to self-defense in accordance with the UN Charter. We mourn the loss of innocent lives and extend our sympathies to all the affected civilians in Israel and the Palestinian territories. We deeply regret the violation of international humanitarian law, which has imperiled the safety of civilian populations. In light of the alarming state of civilian casualties, we call on all parties to respect international humanitarian law.
The black
We
Ford
express
F-150,
concern at the massive
72 Yankee
destruction of
Zebra,
health
to a
and medical
Stephen Ramsey and a
facilities
Melanie Irish
that
out of Main
further
Street in Lisbon
increases
Falls.
unnecessary
Flint
human suffering.
excessive speeds, tailgating, both Lisbon and
The ongoing
England.
conflict deeply concerns us with its
10-4,
broad
thanks, I
and
appreciate it.
profound impact on countless innocent civilians, including Filipino
Head over to Mill
nationals
Street.
and
It's
their
going to be a brown
families.
house that had the
Joining
door
the
open.
call of the
Call
international
report that the door is
community,
now closed.
the Philippines strongly urges the swift release
I've
of
cleared
all
his 6x8
hostages.
shed. He's all set.
We call for the end of the taking and detainment of individuals, particularly women and children. We reiterate our plea to the international community to come together and provide essential humanitarian aid and support to the affected. Most importantly, we urge all concerned to immediately put in place urgent solutions that would prevent the conflict from further escalating, spreading, and protracting. The Philippines supports the efforts of the United Nations to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance and essential supplies to Palestinian civilians caught in the midst of the conflict in the Gaza Strip. We commend UNRWA, UNOCHA, and other related UN agencies for their efforts and sacrifice amidst these challenging times. The Philippines lends its full support to calls for ensuring the safety of civilians seeking refuge in UNRWA premises across Gaza. We welcome the opening of a humanitarian corridor with Egypt, as it is important that the UN humanitarian system be supported and is enabled to respond to the scale of the needs of the affected populations in a predictable and sustainable manner. We are also hopeful for a solution to be reached in the soonest possible time in order for the Rafah crossing to start receiving foreign nationals, including our Filipinos still in Gaza. We also continue to support UN peacekeeping missions in the region. We believe that the multilateral approach is crucial in addressing the crisis and preventing further escalation. The Philippines urges the Security Council to endorse and support coordinated efforts with UN entities for the safe evacuation and protection of migrants in conflict zones. We earnestly appeal to all parties involved to cooperate in safeguarding their security. With approximately 30,000 Filipino nationals in Israel and a further 130 in Gaza, their safety and well-being remain paramount to us. Reaffirming our position, the Philippines firmly supports a two-state solution, consistently aligned with past international agreements and relevant UN resolutions. Both Israelis and Palestinians deserve a future where their rights, aspirations, and security are recognized and upheld. This enduring Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains a pivotal determinant for the peace and stability of the region. A lasting resolution can only be achieved through comprehensive dialogues and negotiations anchored firmly in international law. The Philippines ardently urges all parties to elevate dialogue as the primary tool for a peaceful and lasting resolution. Mr. President, following the inability of the Security Council to act on many resolutions on the crisis brought to its chamber, it is now incumbent upon the General Assembly to take action, do the utmost to bridge the divides, and champion the path to peace. The resolution ES 10/L.25 as adopted today includes many elements which the Philippines supports. Notably, it condemns all acts of
Back in the vehicle. Can you assign an OF?
and Palestinian civilians. It calls for respect for international humanitarian law, access for humanitarian assistance to address the large-scale needs in Gaza, and immediate and unconditional release of innocent civilians being held captive. It also reaffirms our long-standing support for a two-state solution with a safe and independent Palestine and a secure Israel living in peace. Overall, it expresses the grave concern of the international community over the situation, which the Philippines genuinely shares. We condole with all victims and their families and pray for a peaceful resolution of this conflict. However, as we would condemn all terrorist attacks, the resolution does not mention nor condemn the terrorist attack of 7 October by Hamas, leading to the death of innocent civilians, including women and children, as well as some Filipinos. Because of this attack, we recognize Israel's right to self-defense as provided for under Article 51 of the UN Charter, reflected in the resolution. Therefore, despite commendable efforts of the co-sponsors to improve the original text, for these reasons, my delegation abstained on the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Philippines. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Good.
Back in the vehicle. Can you assign an OF?
UN General Assembly emergency special session that's happening right now. We're going to take our final commercial break of this hour. Hopefully when we come back, that news conference out of Maine will be getting started. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for being with us. Giving you a live look right now, our aerials overhead as we're watching here the search efforts continuing. This manhunt now in day 3 as officials search for 40-year-old Robert Card, who's accused of killing 18 people in a horrific mass shooting that happened on Wednesday evening at 2 different locations, also injuring 13 others. And we've been seeing this non-stop law enforcement effort, hundreds of them out as the search expands, this manhunt continues. We're waiting on this news conference to begin. To give you a live look there as well. We're going to be bringing you that as soon as it gets started. So in the meantime, we're going to continue to keep our eye on this. We're hoping that it starts close to on time here. Let's give you a side-by-side look right now of what we're waiting on here. So you can see obviously our aerials overhead of the search efforts. We've also seen crews on the water, really just exploring every possible outlet for Robert Card. As we know, he has a lot of experience in his background, and that's kind of what law enforcement is up against right now. Where could he be now 2 days after this all happened? It all began on Wednesday evening, and we've learned a little bit of new information every day since, usually getting multiple updates every day from officials and obviously hearing from residents who are very concerned, very shaken up, and of course very fearful that this individual still has not been captured. We also learned today that a law enforcement source told Fox News that a rifle was found in the car abandoned by the mass shooting suspect, Robert Card. We also learned that authorities have in possession a cell phone belonging to Card that was found in his home during a search by law enforcement. Many of you may have been with us yesterday evening as we watched that search warrant be executed at the home. We saw law enforcement surrounded outside of that, telling him commands. We he was inside saying, "Put your hands up, walk out, you're under arrest." As we then learned, though, he was not inside of the home. I think a lot of people thought maybe he could have been there the entire time, and that's what we thought we were potentially going to see happen, is maybe in the home and come out. As we learned, though, he was not. That was just standard search warrant execution of how things go and procedural routine things into it. So he was not there. He is still missing. He is still on officers, including the FBI, SWAT teams, the elite BORTAC Border Patrol unit. They're all attempting to locate Card, who is described as armed and dangerous. So we're getting a lot of reaction to this as well. President Biden calling for Congress to ban assault weapons, among other initiatives following this mass shooting. Again, Maine said to be one of the safer states in terms of crime statistics, murder stats that come with it, and a lot of people shaken up that a quiet area has been dealing with this, and even more shaken up that the suspect still has not been located. We've also seen divers in the water. They were active at a site today, a river, as the manhunt continues.
County 8, I have that female back on the line for you.
His car was found abandoned near a boat ramp.
We're all calling.
Happened on Wednesday night. So continuing to work to learn more information. Still waiting for this news conference to begin. We're going to leave here for just a moment to see if we can get any update on if it's going to start on time. It looks like they're getting ready to get going here. We're just a few minutes past 5 o'clock on the East Coast. So looks like things are about to get started. Let's take this out for you live, raw, and unfiltered as we get ready to hear from officials.
Chairman, can you ask Dave to turn on the mic? Yeah, can you ask Scott or Dave to turn on the mic? Oh, here it is. So for the considerations of the 4 deaf victims and the families, we are requesting that the ASL interpreter is in all of the TV frames for language access here in Maine and throughout the United States. They're grieving and have a right to know the latest information in ASL. So thank you for being cognizant of our ASL in your pictures and TV. Thank you.
Described as a brown house that always had the door open and is now closed. If you're coming up from the PD and you're going on Mill Street on the right-hand side. What? County 8. I have that female back on the line for you. You want me to put you out?
10-4, I'll call him.
10-4.
All right, we're still waiting on this to begin here. It looks like it's going to get started any minute now. We're also showing you a live picture overhead, our Skyfox helicopter overhead as the search continues on the water, on land here, as many people are just hoping that we might get some new information here into the search. Hundreds of law enforcement members out trying to assist with this. We've also heard from some other major cities such as New York City, talking about what they've been doing in preparation for any sightings of Robert Card. Law enforcement getting so many tips, obviously following through with many of them. And my mind keeps going back to Danilo Cavalcante, who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison, and the amount of tips, the amount of effort by the community that they put in to try to help law enforcement capture a very dangerous individual. And unfortunately, it did take nearly 2 weeks, but they were able to safely do so, and I'm sure that's a lot of what's going to help law enforcement with this search as well, depending on the community for any tips, information that they might be receiving. When it comes to this, obviously, every day new developments. Last night, in particular, the search warrant execution.
21 Marble Street, 21 Marble Street, Lewiston, 60-year-old female, abdominal pain, Charlie Local, got your door.
He found a cell phone, he found a rifle in his car. Note, among other things, we heard from Kaylee Schuyler, who's been reporting both in Lewiston as well as in Lisbon Falls. So it looks like we're getting officials, though, stepping up here. Let's listen in live. Looks like this is just getting ready to begin here.
All right, thank you very much again for joining us. My name is Mike Soschuk, and I am the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety. For starters, let me just say, for the consideration of the 4 deaf victims and their family, we are requesting that the ASL interpreter is in all frames for language access here in Maine and the U.S. They are grieving and have a right to know the latest info in ASL. Change this a little bit, the kind of the setup from earlier today. And again, as we continue to evolve, right? Lots of podiums, lost our maps. The whole thing was a little bit of a mess earlier, to be quite honest. And our victims in this investigation, the people that are doing the work, deserve better than that. So I would also tell you that we're kind of looking for a larger venue as well. The chains here and everything else seems to work. We're going to use some technology for some pictures here right off the bat. So I would say that, again, thank you for joining us. It's been a busy day for our law enforcement officers and our partners around the state. I'm going to give some updates from what we found, but the real primary reason I wanted to bring you back in today was we wanted to really identify the victims and show their pictures. We won't get into family backgrounds and their lineage at all, but we do want to show those pictures, give ages. I would say that the families didn't want hometowns listed. They do.
Central, we're on scene with 81 Marble Street, 21
Employer. And we're going to start with that
21
of our information, simply because that's why we're here, right? This is about the victims. That's why we do what we do, and that's why we're striving so hard, and that's why you're here, because you care about them as well. So we're going to go ahead and load that behind us here on the screen. And I think Shannon Moss can also put that in.
We're listening to 107, go ahead.
Some specifics here, I would just like to note that the families actually approved these photos, sent these photos for a lot of different reasons.
81, and this is the correct address is 81, not 21.
And some other specifics, you'll see again a picture, a name, an age, and then there's a couple symbols there. And we wanted to be specific enough to what location they ultimately lost their lives at. And again, thank the families for allowing us to even do this. They certainly didn't need to do that. They're working through their own struggles, and rightfully so. So I'm going to start with this and then ask for just a moment of silence before we continue on to our next agenda item. But that top left, as you see it, and that is Ronald G. Morin, 55. And I won't read that. You can put that all together yourself. Peyton Brewer Ross, 40 years of age. Joshua A. Seal, 36 years of age. Brian M. McFarland, 41 years of age. Joseph Lawrence Walker, 57. Arthur Fred Strout, 42. Max A. Hathaway, 35. Stephen M. Vozella, 45. Thomas Ryan Conrad, 34. Michael R. Deloria, II, 51. Jason Adam Walker, 51. Tricia C. Asselin, 53. William A. Young, 44. Aaron Young, 14, his son. Robert E. Violette, 76, and his wife, Lucille M. Violette, 73. William Frank Brackett, 48 years of age. Keith D. McNair, 64. Just have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for that. Truly, truly appreciate it. And we do, again, appreciate that to the family. They did give us those photos. I did not, however, have any of the family members pronounce any of those last names, so certainly no disrespect intended if in any way screwed up the pronunciation.
10-4-12.
So to move on, I would also like to address the numbers of the victims that that I confirmed earlier today with the number 8. And I will tell you that's miscommunication on my part. I was wrong. In talking to our detectives, we had a list for people that had been identified and family members that had been notified. There's also a separate list that involved family advocacy and whether or not they had been plugged into that. So the reality here is that all 18 of those victims, everybody that we listed here today, everybody has been identified and their families have been notified. So we are in contact with them. I would expect some more information later tonight, and I'll definitely talk about it tomorrow morning at 10, reference to Family Information Center, a new location, and some material around that, exactly what services will be available at that particular time. But I definitely wanted to make sure that I correct that mistake from earlier. So several other updates from this morning's briefing. I know that Shannon has sent along the aerial maps that we showed or tried to show those.
10-4-25.
I also think that we had, and Shannon has corrected this as well, but the Pejubscot boat ramp, the proper name there was the Paper Mills Trail and Miller Park boat launch. The address was correct at 501 Lisbon Street. Pejubscot is a little bit further down the river, apparently, and we certainly like and appreciate everybody working with us to make sure that we had the proper location, the proper terminology for that. And other additional updates, the boat launch search of the river, the Androscoggin, they're still out there right now, and they'll be there as long as they can based on the light. And as we mentioned earlier, we're talking about sonars and grid searches and things of that nature. That's time intensive. It's taken them a while to work through there. They want to make sure they do it right. So we're not going to finish that search this evening. I would be surprised if you ever saw divers in the water overall. But tomorrow we'll have additional dive resources available to us from out of state, as well as some additional in-state teams. So again, we'll discuss that a little bit at 10 o'clock tomorrow, but no surprises. We expect that to go over, and that we'll have some assets there tomorrow. They did a bunch of flyovers this morning, as I mentioned. They did the sonar searches, some side, some ROV, and we'll be back on that tomorrow. The bar scene itself, they continue to do their on-scene investigation there, as well as at the bowling alley. They did check those wood lines. They may be back in there tomorrow as well, but that is progressing as expected. And I think another major piece of updates for you now is to talk about the shelter-in-place order and where that's going effective immediately. And I'm not a big reader of orders, but I think this is important that you hear this directly from a couple different sources. We're going to put out a release. There's going to be a cell phone geofence release to some folks. We've used that a couple times already during the active shooter as a warning and otherwise. But the shelter-in-place order is rescinded, except hunting is prohibited in the towns of Lewiston, Lisbon, Bowdoin, and Monmouth, beginning Saturday, 10/28/24, until further notice. The state police continue to search in Lewiston, Lisbon, Bowdoin, and Monmouth for the suspect, Robert Card, and recommend individuals remain vigilant. Businesses may choose to open or remain closed. Commissioner Camuso from IF&W is here to help us answer any additional questions about that hunting piece. It was asked this morning, and it was a good question, and I told you at that time that we were working on an answer for that. And what that means is that the general shelter-in-place has been rescinded. Specifically, hunting, again, is prohibited in those 4 towns, and those 4 towns only. And it's important that I mention that because the rest of the state is allowed to continue with their resident-only day on Saturday, tomorrow. And what does that mean? That means that there are going to be communities that hear gunshots from time to time because they're going to be hunting. So we would ask everybody to use caution in that and not think that every one of those gunshots is directly regarding this particular crisis situation, this investigation. So clearly, if they think, if they're suspicious, if they're concerned, they could certainly call their local agencies. But I would ask them to think about that, where they're located, when do they hear that? If they're 150 miles north, do they need to call their 911 center and create a response? And I think I would say no to that.
11 County
M
code 4.
Another set of facts, a fact pattern that would believe them that there's a direct connection
11 Ivy code 4
and what they've heard to this point. So we had mentioned why we made that decision initially because of the crisis and the situation that we had. Those 4 towns in particular, clearly with Lewiston and the 2 tragic situations here, the 2 locations we've already talked about, And then you have Lisbon with the boat launch, Bowdoin where the suspect lived. In Monmouth, there's other family connections in that particular area as well. So this is not to say that the crisis is over, the emergency is done, we can go about our lives as life is good. We want our folks, we want our residents to remain vigilant and to pay attention to what we share for information. I again focus on what we share is in the Department of Public Safety in the city of Lewiston, because we continue to see a lot of information from a lot of different places that is far from accurate. I would also say in that regard, when we say that we're gonna meet you here at 10, we're gonna meet you here at 10. And when we say we're gonna notify you, we are gonna notify you in the afternoon if we're gonna get together and what time that is. I just encourage you to believe that until I prove you wrong, and I won't. And I say that because we've heard some other stuff. There's gonna be a press conference at 1 o'clock. And then our PIO, who's incredibly busy, gets 100 emails that says, is it gonna be 1 o'clock or is it gonna be this? And you've got a job to do, I get it. And we're trying to help you do your job. And if you could help us do our job, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. So that is some of those pieces for updates from what we worked on this morning. A couple of additional things. Neighborhood canvases as an example, I did not speak to that. So we talked about large deployments of officers in various locations. What would that look like? Neighborhood canvases could be a couple of officers knocking on a door. And that's going to be happening at various locations around this particular area in multiple towns. Again, if somebody's using their own common sense and they say that doesn't seem right, then sure, call. But you could have 2 uniformed officers or 2 officers with clearly displayed badges jumping out of a marked car to come talk to you as detectives. There was a question this morning around arrival times at the 2 locations, and we had done some research on that, which was hot off the presses walking out the door to come here today. So spare time, as we had mentioned earlier, that initial 911 call occurred at 6:56 p.m. And by the CAD system, or the computer-aided dispatch system, so somebody calls in on a radio and they says, now I'm out at that location. The first Lewiston officer arrived based on that system at 7 p.m., so 4 minutes later. The reality there, however, is that there were 4 plainclothes police officers that were shooting on the range in that general area. They hear that call come in, and they're walking into the bar, or rather the bowling alley, in about a minute and a half. So they don't have radios, they weren't in uniform. They hear it as they're at the range, they respond to the address immediately, and then they address the threat and clear the building. For that same location, right, spare time, as an example, you have Lewiston, it's a self-contained police department, they work with everybody, so it's not uncommon to see the Maine State Police in town, but they don't have specific areas to patrol. Calls came in to dispatch centers for the Department of Public Safety that would control the Maine State Police, as an example, at 6:57, so a minute-ish later, and we didn't have necessarily troopers right inside the town, so 11 minutes later our first trooper arrives, which is not uncommon actually, and that's a pretty good response time considering it's an urban atmosphere and troopers aren't here. The second set of calls, as we've discussed, came in at 7:08, so this is the bar and grill. And the first Lewiston officer is responding there at 19:13 or 7:13 p.m., so 5 minutes later. And then really it becomes exponential after that, as an example. Should have mentioned this earlier, but spare time, a minute after those initial officers respond, 8 more are there. Now we're saying now everybody's starting to roll in about the same time, and about 10 officers are responding to the bar and grill immediately thereafter. You got the first folks, and then people are just showing up from the police department and other locations. And that particular call for service for the Maine State Police through Department of Public Safety dispatches, we got that second call at 7:10, about 2 minutes later than the Lewiston Center received it, and we had officers responding and arriving 3 minutes later. So why is that? They're already flying to the first address, and now we got a second call, and now they're diverting to that second call. So it's obviously they're in town, and they're running hard to that location. So those are the arrival times that I was asked about earlier today. I think based on the list that I made this morning, I think that's all we had for information. And I'll just call that kind of updates and follow-ups, things that I knew you were asking. There were some additional questions from the general public, which has been good for us to receive those through these, right? They get a chance to see stuff and then they reach out and say, what does this mean? We had a bunch of people reach out about that shelter in place and what does that mean and what should I do and what does that look like? And rather than answer those, through conversations with city staff, city leadership, police chiefs, we decided to rescind that order again, but recommend that people remain vigilant as they move forward. So I do appreciate them reaching out, and all of that contact has something to do with our ultimate decision. You know, where do we go from here? So with that in mind, that's the information that I was asked and the information that I can update. We do have, I believe, the suspect picture up here as another piece. And the reason that we did this is because it's been quite some time. We've seen that photo, and you have a bunch of different photos. This, in fact, has more.
We have about 7 calls now for Sawyer Road.
And is more official hair and eye color.
No, start over that way.
That based on some of the photos that you see, but why do that if we can directly give you that information? So if you could freshen up any material that you have there. It does again show that brown hooded sweatshirt and dark colored cargo pants that are in the photo that we had released earlier, which showed him walking in to spare time with that firearm. So I think that's the information that I wanted to get out to you today. I appreciate you coming back or holding on. I know you have long days and long nights, so that piece you were going to be around anyway, I'm sure. But I am, again, happy to try to take some questions and answers. The chief is here as well, but we did want to keep this tight from an operational standpoint. So, yes, sir.
Go back to the timeline.
Yeah.
4 officers were at the range, I think, right? So can you just go over that again?
Yeah, sure. So officers are required to qualify a certain number of times a year, right? So in this particular instance, the officers are in plain clothes. They're shooting at a range right around the corner. The call comes in. They hear that, and they're going to respond, which just speaks to when these things happen, everybody's going. You could be a detective, the chief's bailing out of the station, you could be wherever, everybody goes. So being Lewiston officers, they go, we know where that is. Everybody gets in the car and they immediately go to spare time, to help in any way they can, not knowing that in fact they're gonna be the closest there and the first out. So that cuts almost 2.5 minutes off the original or the initial uniformed police officer's response. And that's not uncommon from a police standpoint. Sometimes you got months where you're thinking, boy, I'm right around the corner when all this stuff happens. And sometimes I'm on the other side of the city when other stuff happens. We're very, very lucky that the officers were that close, because I think you save lives with time responses. And in an urban atmosphere, depending on where everybody is and how busy the night is, that response could have been much longer than that. Yes, sir. Yeah, so we have, again, 530 plus tips and leads that have come in. Some of those have been sightings, some of those have been, and I would say as simple as, but hey, I've got a vacant house that's in this location. I own a barn that I'm afraid to go to. There's something over here that concerns me. So those things run the gamut. And I'm also going to use that opportunity to the FBI supervisory agent in charge, Jody Cohen, who has been with us during these press conferences. We gave that digital video information out this morning. There's already well over 100 entries in that system. So that means you're putting that information out, and the general public is grabbing hold of that, wanting to be involved, and sending that information in. So I thank you for that, and we certainly thank the FBI for their assistance with that kind of material. So we've got all kinds of, if somebody may say, somebody. We have not. Law enforcement has not seen him in the last 2 days. But again, in that stack of that 500 plus, you may have somebody that says, hey, we see somebody that looks like that. So we have not, but go ahead, ma'am. Yeah, I cannot, and I'm not going to speak to the note itself. I acknowledge the fact that a note existed this morning, but I'm not going to get into exactly what it contained. But, sir?
Sir, you said that the officers, plainclothes officers who responded, addressed the threat, cleared the building. Can you explain what happened there?
Sure. When I say address the threat, they're going in the door addressing an active shooter. So they're going in prepared to do whatever they need to do to make that scene safe. On that particular time, the suspect is no longer there. They're going in as if they were. So the first thing you do is you go in and clear that location, make sure it's safe, and then you start working with victims and triaging people and trying to make sure that you're getting additional units there as fast as possible. So, yes, sir.
I wonder if when the officers arrived at the second scene, the suspect was still there, or whether by the time the first responders had arrived, the suspect had already left. And secondly to that, outside of the area of Lewiston and the surrounding communities, can you talk about the work that's going on further afield, you know, and the suspicion that we might have been able to flee a bit further than that, potentially even outside of the state?
Yeah, sure. So the suspect was not at the second location when the officers arrived. As we discussed this morning, we showed those 3 maps as specific areas we knew we were definitely going to be working in, and then we've also cleared other areas that are farther afield. Somebody may again say, you know, there's a barn over there, there's an outbuilding over there, there's some family property that somebody's uncle owns, and can you check that? So as those things come in, some of those are kind of on the checklist to begin with, and then some come in real time. Because as those leads come in, we do look at those and then we farm them back out to either tactical units that are looking on that apprehension side, or investigative units that can go out and do additional interviews. Well, at this point, you know, we are
21 County Code 4.
We're not closing off anything because
10-4-21.
we want to make sure that we're being as comprehensive as we can with these particular searches. Yes, ma'am?
We noticed earlier there was extensive law enforcement presence in northern Maine. What can you tell us about what that was about?
In what town? Durham. Okay, yeah. So, and that's a situation where I heard that on the radio. Somebody had reached out to say that somebody may ask that question today. So we did look at that. There was a location there on a street in Durham where there were 2 911 hang-up calls. 911 hang-up calls happen on a regular basis, depending on where they are. You may go, okay, wait a second. And then we had a second call. And then there was a sheriff's deputy that responded to the scene and then ultimately did not answer their radio, right? So you go 911 hang up, okay, wait a second, the officer that responded is not talking. That could be for a lot of different reasons. Again, based on the circumstances, we're certainly concerned about something like that. So officers did respond, made sure that he was safe, the scene was safe, and they moved on. So there was no direct connection to the suspect in this scenario, at least in today's call for service. Yes, sir. There's still a lot of work to be done around the search warrant side of the house, just based on workload alone. I don't know, however, you know, have we searched every house that he's had over the last amount of time? Certainly the ones that most recent. There's a Bowdoin connection, which caused a bit of a stir last night. That was a location we were concerned about. You know, our reality from a homicide investigation, as an example, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you may have done 1 or 2 search warrants. Based on electronic devices and everything else, you could do up to 30 search warrants on one. So this kind of situation, clearly there's going to be a lot of affidavits, a lot of work to be done around that. So we're working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Attorney General's Office, federal entities are assisting with these warrants. That's an all hands on deck. You just never know, I'm going to open this device and that's going to be the one, right? So we farmed that out to make sure we're making as much progress as possible. And I'm sorry for waiting. Go ahead.
In the area, how is that going to complicate the search, or are you hoping that it actually might help investigators and be a problem for your suspect?
Yeah, so I think that goes in 2 different directions, right? We certainly have a lot of resources coming for the river tomorrow, because it would be nicer if it's sunnier, you can get a better look into the water. So that's one angle. If it's colder, there's an argument to be made that your thermo style of equipment, where you're looking for body temperatures or heat signatures, may work better in that scenario. So it does definitely vary. If it's cold for the suspect, it's certainly cold for our officers as well, and all those different things. We're certainly prepared and willing to do
County 17.
But that's where we're at. So yes, sir.
17 County, do you have traffic?
10-4, I do. I just took a motor vehicle as headed south. On Federal Road, passing Brand's Variety. It's going to be a white Toyota Highlander, Massachusetts plate.
How many he has or had. If there are weapons within that residence, that'll be part
3,
of the search
P as in Paul, W as in Walter, W as in Walter, 4-4. Vehicles all over the road.
shelter-in-place order is something we've
Noted,
discussed.
but as you're probably aware, I'm out of position to pass it on.
At the CP and saying, okay, we're looking at pros and cons, right? We've got communities that are locked down, that are shut down.
2 guys, 14 guys to the high school.
And pharmacies and all those things. So we knew going in and have acknowledged that repeatedly, that we know that that
10-4-14, have you clear to the geo traffic.
We had very pointed threats earlier in reference to these locations.
10-4-2, have you 10-8.
Nothing specific since then. So you have to look at that, and you have to do the math on that and say, so are we more comfortable, are we doing more harm than good by keeping people away from these clinics and their doctors and in schools? And while this is still absolutely a dangerous situation without question, we've got to make recommendations and ask the people that we serve, ask the people that we protect to be vigilant, to pay attention, to listen to what we have to say. If you see something, say something. Because you know in most cases, you're like, I don't like that. That looks strange. We can feel that, especially when you live in neighborhoods, right? That you live there, you're comfortable with that. That deal, that car is wrong coming down my driveway at this particular time of the day. What is going on? So that we don't come to those decisions to go into the order or come out lightly by any stretch of the imagination. But we do appreciate all the input from everybody about what does that mean and how it's impacted me as a person, right? So I appreciate that. Yes, sir?
Commissioner, is there any reason to believe that he may have obtained another vehicle since he already found his car, or may have gotten on the boat and gone down the river?
All possibilities are open to us. I don't have anything specific reference to that particular question. The next steps, where did he go after that, and what was he in or not? Which is why we have feelers out in all directions. Is that a possibility? Sure. Is the river a possibility? Sure. We're going to continue to work those things until we're comfortable that those things have mitigated to the best of our ability, right? Because some of these locations we serve a search warrant on doesn't mean we're done, right? We may actually go back and continue a search and new information and go back and check a location again. So all of those things are absolutely available. Sir, right here? That's a good question that I don't know the answer to. I know that the Attorney General's office told us this afternoon that they were trying to complete the rest of those warrants in a timely fashion. Now that those individuals had been identified and the families notified. I'll have that answer for you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for sure. And right here, ma'am, sorry.
Yes, 2 questions. The first is whether you can confirm that police found a gun in Carr's car, the suspect's car, the one that was discarded. And secondly, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what communication has been like with law enforcement on the border states of Canada, New Hampshire, even Massachusetts, and specifically whether or not there's any expectation or any plan to put the border checks in place as the suspect continues to potentially be moving.
Yeah, sure. So we won't speak to evidence, specific evidence. Did you find something here? Did you find something there? I completely understand why the question is valid, but it's not something we're prepared to talk about, certainly this early on in an investigation. I can tell you that I've been in contact with all of our border states or country. New Brunswick reached out to the governor. The commissioners from our border states reached out to me immediately the day of and have reached out to me multiple times since then. Again, a lot of their officers are with us at this point, right? New Hampshire is up here, Massachusetts is up here, you name it on the federal side of the house, they are here. So everybody's really working hard on that side of it. There's no expectation at all that there's going to be some kind of a border checkpoint scenario. But I'm going to take one more call, one more question here from you, ma'am. Oh, absolutely.
Chief, for members of law enforcement, especially for Lewiston, Auburn, and this close-knit community, can you talk about what it's been like to do this investigation when they may have close connections to some of the victims?
It's been very difficult, I can tell you that for certain. Seeing these pictures come up on the board, I know a couple of them myself. There are many law enforcement officials that I know some of these victims, and it's certainly very challenging. Try to go into a situation very objectively and, do a very thorough job knowing that you know this person that it's affected, or, a family member or a friend. Very difficult. I can tell you that all of the police officers I know from the area remain very professional at all times, and we press on and we get the job done.
Chief, just quickly, what's it like, if you could provide perspective, processing those scenes, those 2 scenes where the shootings took place? Some of the complexities, are you dealing with 50 shell casing hundreds? What are just some of the complexities?
Yeah, again, the state police has the lead on this investigation. I can't comment on that. I can tell you that in scenes that I've investigated personally or that I've been to, it happens a lot. It takes a long time to process these scenes. It's nothing that happens in a quick manner, like Mike mentioned earlier this morning. It doesn't happen in an hour and the case is solved. These things take time.
ASL in your pictures and TV. Thank you.
I'm not prepared to answer that question, but I do appreciate that. And as I mentioned, thank you very much for being here. We really do appreciate that. And we'll continue to strengthen this partnership and get out as much information as we can. So have a nice evening. Thank you. 10 o'clock tomorrow. And it will be here unless we change the venue.
All right, listening in here to officials give this update out of Lewiston, and today we learned the official identities of the 18 people killed in this tragic shooting. We don't have the greatest video here, but we do have some just to give you an idea of that board that was behind police there. Scrolling through here as they showed us some of the images shared by family members of some of the victims. So did want to show you that as well. We did learn a little bit more information too as they kind of recapped the timeline here. And let's go through that again as we talk about what we learned from this news conference. They continue to talk about how many of these tips are continuing to pour in. So far, officials saying over 530 tips that they have been receiving in this, saying that some of them are more just concerns. I have an abandoned house over here. Have you searched there? Could he possibly be there? So they're being mindful of the different details of information that they've been receiving there. They also kind of specified the timeline again, recapped.
9 County out with a 1055, or what appears to be Maine and Lincoln. Maine and Lincoln.
The response times by officers, also clarifying the name of the boat launch, the Paper Mills Trail boat launch that they wanted
1049, 1055 at Maine and Lincoln.
Also talking about the number of out-of-state and in-state dive teams that will be helping tomorrow, assuming that nothing big happens tonight in terms of finding the suspect. They do have more help that is going to be arriving tomorrow as this manhunt could potentially continue into the weekend. They've also talked about some of the flyovers they've been doing this morning, the sonar searches, and the on-scene investigation that is also continuing at both crime scenes, because there really are two aspects to this. There's obviously the crime scene investigation at the two different shooting scenes, the bar and grill and the bowling alley, and there's also the effort that's being done right now to try to locate Robert Card. So a lot that's happening in a place that's typically pretty quiet. They are telling people to remain vigilant. This was another big point through the news conference today that I want to mention, that the shelter in place has been rescinded, but they want people to remain vigilant. And they were being asked about, why would you choose to rescind the shelter in place? Obviously, people are very scared and on edge. And he said, we don't know if it's doing more harm than good. Pharmacies, people need to go to the pharmacy, people need to go to the grocery store. And so at this point, they're telling people that they have hundreds of law enforcement members out, stay vigilant. They did want to lift the shelter in place. They also mentioned that hunting is prohibited tomorrow in several towns. Some of the main towns that we've been talking about throughout all of this, Lewiston, where the shootings took place, Bowdoin, where the suspect is from, also mentioning Monmouth, which is another town where the suspect has family connections, according to officials. They also said that businesses, it's kind of up to them if they want to reopen or not. A lot of these places have shut down over the last couple of days since the shootings happened, as they take time to grieve and as they wait to see what happens, because prior to this news conference, that shelter in place had been
but the real primary reason I wanted to bring you back in today,
so here they are talking about, again, the timeline, the victims that they have identified in this, 18 people killed, photos
identificar a las víctimas y para mostrar las fotografías. No vamos a hablar de detalles de antecedentes familiares. Vamos a mostrarles estas fotografías. Las familias no querían que se mencionaran sus comunidades. Realmente merecen y quieren privacidad y queremos cumplir con eso. Así que vamos a comenzar con ese componente de la información, simplemente porque para eso estamos aquí. Se trata de las víctimas. Por eso hacemos lo que hacemos y por eso están ustedes aquí, porque ustedes también tienen interés en ellas. Vamos entonces a mostrarles aquí en la pantalla. Y esa información también se va a diseminar después de esto. Algunos elementos específicos aquí. Debo destacar que las familias aprobaron la diseminación de estas fotografías. Nos las proporcionaron por múltiples razones. Algunas de ellas reflejan relaciones, el carácter de las víctimas. Algunas fotografías tienen detalles de edad y algunos símbolos. Queríamos ser suficientemente específicos en cuanto a dónde perdieron la vida. Nuevamente, gracias a las familias por permitirnos hacer esto. No necesitaban hacerlo. Están enfrentando su situación de luto apropiadamente. Voy a comenzar con esto. Voy a pedir un momento de silencio antes de pasar al siguiente punto de la agenda. En la parte superior izquierda está Ronald G. Moran.
9 coming. Go ahead, 9.
No voy a leer el lugar.
Should update. I'm all set here.
Ross.
I'll take care of it. No need to notify Wilson.
Joshua Seal,
10-4-9.
36 años de edad. Brian M. McFarland, 41 años de edad. Joseph Lawrence Walker, 57 años. Arthur Fred Stroud, 42. Max Hathaway, 35 años. Stephen M. Buscella, 45 años. Thomas Ryan Conrad, 34 años. Michael R. Deloria II, 51 años. Jason Adam Walker, 51 años. Trisha C. Aslin, 53 años. William A. Young, 44 años. Aaron Young, su hijo, 14 años. Robert 76 años y su esposa Lucille Violet, 73 años. William Frank Rackett, 48 años de edad. Ed D. McNair, 64 años. Un momento de silencio. Gracias.
Thank you for that. Truly appreciate it. And we do again.
You're all set?
Gracias, realmente se los agradezco.
Yeah, it's all set. Just doing a report now.
Me proporcionaron estas fotografías.
The run again, 5'11", 230 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. We just got that update from
Pregunté a la familia sobre la pronunciación de los nombres. Ciertamente no hubo ninguna intención de faltarles al respeto. Prosiguiendo, vamos a hablar de el número de víctimas. Hubo un error de comunicación de mi parte. Me equivoqué. Había hablado con nuestros detectives. Tenemos una lista de personas identificadas y de familias que han sido notificadas. Es una lista separada para determinar si ya han sido notificados. La realidad es que las 18 víctimas, las personas que hemos identificado, las familias han sido notificadas. Estas personas obviamente fueron identificadas. Espero tener más información esta noche y ciertamente les daré detalles mañana a las 10 de la mañana en referencia al Centro de Información de la Familia, una nueva ubicación y exactamente qué servicios estarán disponibles disponibles allí, pero quería corregir el error previo. Otras actualizaciones con relación al parte de esta mañana, ya los mapas aéreos en la pizarra, ustedes tienen eso. También Shannon ha hecho una corrección, pero muelle es un parque, se corrigió la dirección en la calle Lewiston. El otro lugar de búsqueda es un poco más abajo en el río y queríamos darle la terminología apropiada de cada lugar. Otras actualizaciones, la zona en la rampa de botes del río, la búsqueda sigue. Los funcionarios seguirán allí por el tiempo que sea necesario, siempre que tengan luz. Les habíamos hablado del uso de equipo de sonar. Esto requiere tiempo y quieren hacer un trabajo acucioso. La búsqueda no se va a completar hoy. Me sorprendería si vieron a los buzos, pero mañana tendremos recursos adicionales en la zona de fuera del estado y del estado. Nuevamente mañana hablaremos de esto con un poco más detalle, pero no es una sorpresa que esto se extienda y mañana tendremos más recursos. Hubo varios vuelos hoy en la mañana, se hicieron las búsquedas de sonar con el vehículo a control remoto y seguiremos haciéndolo mañana. En cuanto al bar, continúa la investigación en el lugar, igual que en el centro de bowling. Ellos van a regresar mañana también, pero el proceso...
In this incident. In the meantime, we want to bring you this report from Fox's Rebecca Castor as she's there in Maine.
Throughout southern Maine, this extensive manhunt now in its second full day, taking place on land, air, and water. Many Maine schools, government buildings, and businesses remain closed Friday. Officials urging residents to continue sheltering in place as hundreds of law enforcement officers search for mass shooting suspect Robert Card. The 40-year-old alleged shooter, a certified firearms instructor and a member of the U.S. Army Reserves, is facing an arrest warrant for multiple counts of murder after police say he went on a rampage Wednesday night, shooting and killing victims inside a bowling alley and local bar.
We're going to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can, with as many resources as we can to try to bring some kind of closure.
Maine State Police say Card was admitted to a mental health treatment facility over the summer after reporting he was hearing voices and threats to shoot up a military installation. Thursday, the FBI raided Card's home, where authorities found a suicide note from the alleged shooter addressed to Card's son. Across the street, Card's neighbor expressed dismay, saying the last time he saw Card, he was helping his father cut hay on their farm.
It's crazy. I have a neighbor that did something really horrible.
Leroy Walker's son was among those killed. He says police tell him his son tried to confront the shooter with a kitchen knife when he was shot twice in the stomach.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened in these two cities.
Maine's governor and President Biden have ordered flags be flown at half staff for the next 5 days to honor the victims. In Lewiston, Maine, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, Rebecca's report coming there before this most recent news conference. Again, that shelter in place has been rescinded, though the message to the community is still very clear: remain vigilant. And again, hunting prohibited in those 4 towns. Tomorrow, if this search extends into there, unless we learn any significant developments through the remainder of the day and into the evening tonight. Let's take another quick commercial break. Still much more ahead. We'll be right back.
5 County, off the SO.
(10-4-5). County 8, status check.
8 County, I'm all set. Have you received any other calls?
-8.
10-4.
Welcome back. You're watching live now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, tonight it's game 1 of the World Series. We have the D-backs at the Texas Rangers in Arlington, Texas. Let's give you a live look there as preparations are underway at Globe Life Field for game 1. A lot of excitement surrounding this one. 2 teams and 2 fan bases that maybe didn't think that this would be the case this year, but here we are, and that's what makes sports so exciting. So that game will be on Fox later this evening, game 1 of the World Series. In the meantime, another live look here at the U.S. Capitol as we continue on with more of these top stories. Of course, we just brought you that update from officials in Maine as they talked about the latest into the manhunt for the 40-year-old suspect in a mass shooting that killed 18 people, Robert Card. That continues today. Coming up here in the next few minutes, we'll be speaking with an FBI expert to breaking down the latest in the search efforts and what comes next from here. So that's still ahead. In the meantime, though, we want to take you out to an event that we've been bringing you here as the war continues on and the conflict continues between Israel and Hamas. The UN General Assembly holding an emergency special session on the war. Let's listen in live here as we bring you more of these top stories.
The inadequacy of our institutions, in particular the UN Security Council, which has a mandate derived from the UN Charter for the maintenance of international peace and security. A body of such stature is found desperately wanting, as it cannot even call for a humanitarian ceasefire to allow for much-needed humanitarian supplies to go to those that need it most. We are deeply concerned by the events in the Security Council in recent days, which have demonstrated the aggravated politicization of a dire humanitarian situation during a time of need and desperation. This should be another wake-up call to all of us to work urgently for the reform of this body. South Africa wishes to join others who have affirmed that the ultimate solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the establishment of 2 states, Palestine and Israel, living side by side in peace. The Palestinian state should be created along the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We have the responsibility as the international community to make every effort towards creating opportunities for comprehensive dialogue led and owned by Palestinians and Israelis themselves.
County, I'm clear.
Peace
Report
between
taken.
Palestine and Israel
10-4-9.
cannot be delayed any longer. We would like to conclude by correcting an incorrect interpretation of the laws of war in situations of occupation. Occupation law is part of the laws of armed conflict. A state cannot simultaneously exercise control over territory it occupies and militarily attack that territory on the claim that it is foreign and poses an exogenous national security threat. The occupying power can use tools applicable to the rule of law, including policing powers to deal with criminal actions. These notions of the right to defend itself has been used erroneously and deliberately to justify extrajudicial killings and collective punishment, with many countries enabling and justifying these unlawful acts. At the same time, we condemn the attacks by Hamas and other Palestinian groups on Israeli civilians. While oppressed and occupied people have the right to resist, including armed resistance, this right has to be exercised within limits imposed by the laws of war. The actions of Hamas since 7 October this year included war crimes and must be investigated, just as the heinous war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide perpetrated by the Israeli forces must be investigated. In all these cases, the most responsible must be held accountable, and we call on the International Criminal Court to immediately indicate its plans to investigate these latest breaches of international crimes in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. Mr. President, while we are referencing the relevant laws of war provisions, we believe that war is a scourge. As the organization created to save succeeding generations from this scourge of war, we should change the global culture of violence to a culture where peace is valued, where peaceful societies are nurtured, and peace builders are venerated, instead of warmongers and their related institutions and actors. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, let me first thank the PGA Francis for chairing this emergency special session. I would like to begin by joining colleagues who have thanked the United Nations for their tireless work to de-escalate the conflict and help the affected populations on the ground.
All right, listening in here to the UN General Assembly as they continue discussing the latest in the war. Right now, time is 6 o'clock Eastern. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We do want to get back into the latest in the manhunt to try to find 40-year-old Robert Card, who's accused of killing 18 people in a horrific mass shooting in Maine on Wednesday night, also accused of injuring 13 others in that shooting as well. And right now, communities are on high alert, very shaken up by all that has happened in the last couple of days. We want to bring in right now Dr. Greg Vecchi, who's joining us here. He is an expert on all things involving the FBI, as well as how these search efforts go. He's also the director of training at Safe Defend. Greg, thanks so much for being here.
My pleasure, Lex. Thanks so much.
So let's first just begin. We just had this news conference. We heard from officials. Number one, we learned the identities of the 18 people who were tragically killed in this incident, but we also learned that they have rescinded the shelter in place that's been in effect since the shootings happened. So I think there's a lot of questions surrounding this. Why would they lift it, considering they haven't located Robert Card yet?
Well, that kind of tells me that possibly that they've got some information that he's kind of moved beyond the area that they thought that he was. As you recall, there's been a lot of search warrants executed and a lot of neighborhood canvassing, and they're checking cell phones, and they got drones in the air and everything like this trying to find him. And it just kind of tells me that the area of concern where he might be is just expanded out there. And there's also some just basic political considerations where you don't want to keep your people in the community locked down, has a tendency to keep everybody scared. And I think you just kind of adjust it. I think what they've also added to that was that it's not really a a lockdown so much as it is just, be vigilant and go about your business. And I think that's reasonable.
Right, and right now we're showing viewers some video of this manhunt as it continues. We know hundreds of law enforcement members are out right now. That includes the FBI, SWAT, and the elite BORTAC Border Patrol unit that are all attempting to locate Card. Kind of walk us through what today looks like. Are there any differences in what law enforcement might be doing today compared to even yesterday, for instance?
Well, the concern I might have is, Maine is fairly close to Canada, so I would imagine they've also coordinated with the Canadian authorities and Interpol. The fact that they brought in the Border Patrol, those individuals, those agents are absolutely experts in tracking. That's what they do. They spend a good portion of their time tracking, illegal aliens and undocumented workers in the U.S. So they've got an extremely high level of skill on that. So that kind of tells me they're going to be looking at in the rural areas, going to be looking at the hunting grounds. They're going to be, kind of moving out. And it also kind of tells me that they've got, kind of better intel or a better direction than they did yesterday when they were kind of all over the place.
Every time that you hear of a missing persons case, for instance, you always hear how critical the first 24, 48 hours are. Would you say the same goes for a manhunt of this magnitude?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, because leads die out, right? And the thing is to keep it alive. And so in a manhunt like this, the way you keep it alive is you have to set up a very organized like command post, an incident command. And so you'll have all the relevant commanders in there. You've got people scattered out in charge of search teams and charge of investigations, people working with the judges and lawyers in the legal community for, search warrants and things like this, tying in for, technology and all of the stuff that goes, into trying to track a person. Because, bottom line is that this guy the offender appears to be skillful. He's certainly skillful with the rifle. There's evidence that he was a wildlife person, a hunter, fisherman, things like this. He knows that area, and I'm sure he knows other areas. And so this is you have to just keep it alive, keep the resources coming, and it's a 24-hour operation that is not going to stop until he either gives himself up or they find him if by chance he has died or killed himself.
Yeah, his background certainly seems to be a major area of concern in what he knows, his knowledge, his skill sets from his past experience. That definitely continues to come into question. We've also been showing video here. This is from earlier today as crews have been really focusing a lot on the water. As we know, Greg, that's where near a boat ramp was where his car was found abandoned. And to me, at least from what I've been seeing on the desk here, just watching these different feeds come in the last few days, it does appear that they're focusing more on the water today. Why do you think that might be?
Well, they could have gotten information that the water was, connected to some of his activities. A lot of people get rid of evidence by throwing things in the water. For example, people that that if they kill somebody, a lot of times they'll weigh them down and put them in the water, and so it's just another avenue that they have to exhaust. Looking for evidence, and so that's probably what they're doing there. Again, at this point, since they haven't found him along the normal routine steps that you go through on a manhunt, those didn't work. So now they've got to go to I won't say extremes, but they have to be extremely thorough on every single thing and every single lead that comes in.
Yeah, and yesterday evening got really intense. We thought there maybe could have been a potential big break in the case. We saw law enforcement surround the home of the suspect in Bowdoin, Maine. We thought maybe this was it because we had heard commands as we were rolling live and showing viewers it too, saying, walk out, put your hands up. We then learned that he was not inside the home, and that's just standard procedure when it comes to executing a search warrant. But let's just talk about that aspect of it too. People thought that could have potentially been it. Maybe he was home this whole time.
Sure. I mean, the first thing you start with is the easy stuff. You're going to go and talk to family members and find out, okay, where does he live? Where are the houses? And start there. And so getting search warrants for different places, that makes a lot of sense. And so you're going to look at houses. It looks like they looked at his house and maybe a house that his father owned and things like this. And they're going in there because they're trying to get any sort of evidence, physical evidence, electronic evidence, things that can identify more about the case and help them determine where he might be to try to get some ideas of where to go next. So you're going to see a lot of search warrants and things like this. And the question that comes up a lot, about saying, hey, come on out, and everybody was wondering about that. That is basic procedure. If you don't know someone's in there, the idea here is you're trying to contain the situation. You're trying to contain it physically by not allowing anyone in or out of the crisis site or the house, but you're also trying to verbally contain him. And what I mean by verbal containment, this is a hostage negotiation approach where you keep him engaged in listening to you and trying to get him to react to you, because if he's listening to you and he's reacting to you, then he's not thinking about other things, because it's causing him to refocus his attention on you. And so
County Further 29 check.
Them come out. I can't
Hey, go ahead
remember,
with it.
or I can't. There's a number of times.
Surname Noonan, N-O-O-N-A-N, given the name of David.
I talked to an empty.
You'll be 0919-1950, 919-1950.
The person wasn't in there. And on this other hand, I've talked to people that were in there. They were drunk, they were passed out, and 3 hours later, when they finally woke up, they started to talk to me. So this idea of this verbal containment, keeping them contained and focused on you, then allows the rest of the agents and the rest of the police to have a better.
Hey, I'm showing David Michael Noonan, date of birth 9/19/1950, -29.
Technique that works on a number of levels, especially psychologically.
10-4. If you could backfill him, he would have been the one that was shooting. He's been spoken to. He's gonna stop. I'll be today.
A cell phone that belonged to Card. We've also been hearing some rumblings about this potential note. So knowing that, I want to just, get your general thoughts on the evidence that's been collected so far, but also in addition to that, this note that people are speculating about. We heard reporters asked during the news conference today too what that note was about. Officials aren't commenting on it. So from your experience on both the evidence collected and what that note could contain, what are your thoughts?
Well, the evidence collected is huge, and those are things that are going to be a primary thing to focus on. So with a firearm, you're collecting the firearm, and if you collect the bullets from the crime scene, you can match that based on the lands and the grooves and the marks it makes when the bullet leaves the barrel, right? And actually link that. It's like a fingerprint to the gun, so you could determine was that gun used. Also looking at the history of the selling of that gun. So from the time the gun is manufactured, it gets sent to a distributor. So there's a tracking mechanism. Then the distributor sells it to the local gun shop who buys it. Then someone goes in and buys the gun. And so then if the gun is then used for a crime, you can pretty much start from manufacture and at least get it up to the point where the gun shop sold it to the person and give you some idea of the history, the ownership of that gun, and give you a starting point for your interviews in the event the gun was transferred between people with no paperwork. As far as the cell phone, well, that's got all kinds of great stuff in there. Just the Google the tracking, depending if it's an Android or an Apple phone.
14 code 4.
Yes, you can look at history. You can look at calls. You can look at
10-4-14.
Social media. There's a tremendous amount of information you can get from the cell phone that will give you a history. And people are creatures of habit. And what I mean by that is they have a tendency to do the same things, take the same routes, and it gives you an idea then where you can kind of maybe think about, well, where can we kind of go, maybe where he might be, or get an idea of finding out his next steps. And then, as far as the note, right now, we don't know if it's a suicide note or not.
All three, County, you got to close that out.
And it's hard to speculate on this. But besides being a suicide note, it could be a communication to someone, or it could be what we see as a legacy token. And a legacy token is something where someone leaves. Like, for example, it looks like in this case that there was maybe some broken relationship between him and his ex-wife or girlfriend, and there was some connection possibly with the bowling alley and the bar and things like this. And so, a lot of these shooters, they do it based on a grievance because they say they lost a relationship and they somehow, he's got delusions,
on your screen for 100 Brown Road, Carver, Steer, non-reportable. No injuries, no fluids leaking, no airbag deployment. Steer is deceased.
So,
caller believes it's going to be
part
reportable.
of that is if he dies,
Do we know if they're still on Brown Road or if they went home?
it's not a manifesto. We call it a legacy token as to why
They
he
were
did
still
it,
on Brown
to
Road when they
justify
called in.
why he did it. And it could be a legacy token also, which again will give them a tremendous amount of information in terms of his motivation. And oftentimes in suicides, you also get the motivation, which then also could give you possible ideas of where he might be or where the body might be in the event that he did commit suicide.
Yeah, and today, hearing from law enforcement just briefly in this most recent news conference that happened, they just talked about the personal aspect too, how difficult this is. A lot of the law enforcement members there know people, some of the victims who have been killed in this tragically. And then you take into account too that not only are they searching for this very dangerous individual, but they're also
19, County.
go through the
Go ahead,
process
19.
of surveying the crime scenes, the bowling alley and the...
Copy traffic from Lisbon. It sounds like it's been confirmed by the warden service that they're having an issue with their boat. That's where the noise is coming from.
10-4-19.
Well, the hard thing is that, we're dealing with it looks like an age range. I wrote it down here, age 14 to 76 for the victims so far. So we're talking about children all the way up through adults and elderly people. The first and foremost is that these scenes, those crime scenes after the shooting, are absolutely horrific. Anyone who's ever seen it will say the same thing. It is absolutely disturbing. It's macabre. It's frightening. It's terrorizing to people. And I'll tell you, even with the police as trained as they are, it still affects them. Okay. And one of the things you got to have in place for the police is critical incident stress management, critical incident stress debriefings. So after they go through and let's say process a scene with a lot of bodies, children, lots of blood and gore and damage to the bodies and things like this. This has a tremendous impact on everybody, including the police. And with the police, since it's part of their job, it kind of accumulates over time. It's kind of like a chronic stressor that accumulates. And so agencies are now starting to become very aware of that, to make sure that the police officers also have support in dealing with this. And of course, the closer it is. So, for example, if you knew a victim and things like this, one of the things to do would be, to talk about that and then probably remove that officer from that duty and put him on something else, because you can't get past that human factor there of dealing with someone that because it becomes personal.
Yeah, and then Greg, looking ahead to the next few days here, we heard them say that assuming no big developments happen now overnight or into tomorrow, they'll be having some dive teams both from out of state and in state coming in to help. So it seems that not only are they expanding the search, they're also expanding the amount of people who are assisting with the search. So I guess a question for you looking ahead, what could these next few days look like? I know for me, it keeps coming to mind Danilo Cavalcante from the Pennsylvania prison. It took nearly 2 weeks to find him.
10-4-24.
What does it look like from here?
Well, I think you're gonna see an expansion, beyond just the area around where the shootings happened. I think you're going to be seeing a lot of really detailed, searching, detailed evidence collection. And I think there's going to be a lot of people added for the tip line and things like this, because one of the things that sometimes helps in these cases is just the concept of bystanders, right? People that see something, and even if it's not important, have them report it, and then you got to follow each one of those leads. And that's the reason we're seeing more and more, police officers, more and more people joining this manhunt, because you absolutely have to have them, because the amount of information is staggering in terms of evidence and information and leads. And since every single thing has to be taken to its logical conclusion, that just requires a massive amount of effort, man hours, People still need to sleep, right? They still need to eat and they still need to be fresh. And you've got to have shifts and people to come in and debriefs of each shift to see what's going on. And also most importantly, being able to prioritize everything based on the resources. So this is just going to continue to get bigger until it's solved. And hopefully soon, they'll have him in custody or they'll find his body if he's already dead.
Yeah. All right. Well, over 530 tips so far, continuing to pour in. Dr. Greg Vecchi, thank you so much for coming on with us to break down the latest update here. We really appreciate you coming on and your insight.
My pleasure, Lexi. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break here. We still have much more ahead. Let's take a quick break and bring you back out to more of these top stories when we return.
Bay County.
Hey, go ahead.
You can close out the child custody call as well. I'll update the notes.
10-4. Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. We always appreciate it. Guess what tonight is? It is game 1 of the World Series. The D-backs at the Texas Rangers in Arlington, Texas, giving you a live picture there from Globe Life Field as the preparations are well underway. Many people excited about game 1 of the World Series. Also giving you a live look from the U.S. Capitol on this Friday. We want to take you out to another live event that's happening right now in New York City. The UN General Assembly underway as they discuss the latest in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. It actually looks like that just wrapped up here, unfortunately. Let's take you out to another event that was going on while we were bringing you that most recent update on the Maine shooting and the manhunt that continues now, and that's Tim Scott as he spoke at the University of Mississippi earlier today. Let's listen into some of what he had to say at this event.
Entire life. Yes. And because I've wondered too if in our contemporary world, as Americans, we're doing that to each other more and more, where people in elite positions are kind of telling other people the roles they should play, not just about race, but in other ways as well. And so I'm just wondering, is it a constant or is it getting worse in your mind?
I think it's getting worse. It has been a constant throughout my life, but it's getting worse. And I'll tell you that I think it's bad for the psyche of America to say because I'm black and a dude, I have to fill these boxes. Now, I think, and this is just the way I look at it, and I could be wrong, but this is how I see the world. I think Jeremiah 1:5 says that before we were in our mother's womb, the Lord made us, and He gave us a purpose. So I think every single characteristic about me, save the last 20 pounds that I gained by eating ice cream, the rest of me That's funnier than y'all are laughing. But anyways, the rest of me was specifically designed by the Lord. So being black is one of the characteristics God wanted me to have to serve people with. And there is a challenge that comes with being black that is headwinds at times, and there's a benefit from being black that comes with opportunity at the same time. And sometimes we look at only one side of the coin, and we should look at both sides of the coin. But undeniably, my goal in life isn't to be the black guy fill in the blank. I don't want to be the black conservative. I don't want to be the black southerner. I want to be Tim Scott, who happens to be black. Because I believe that my ultimate definition, my ultimate value proposition is a child of the Most High God. From that, it is from that I identify myself. And the more powerful people tell little kids that if you are black, then this is who you are, and if you are white, this is who you are. How about let us follow the direction that we find in Proverbs, that we should train every child uniquely and specifically to the skill set we see within that child. And assume that really good things will happen, as opposed to saying, I'm supposed to join the Congressional Black Caucus because I happen to be black. Well, the Congressional Black Caucus, they are black. I have noticed that part. But they're all well, most of them are very, very progressive and liberal. So when I walk in the room, they're going like, shh, we'll have the real conversation once he leaves. I'm doing them a favor by not joining the caucus, so they should be happy, right? And so for me, I think if we just allow ourselves to form natural groups of influence and natural groups that we associate with based on our value system, not from the outside in, but from the inside out. And once again, 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us that man judges on the outside, but God judges the heart. And if I understand that, it's good information. I should know that man judges on the outside. I should know that people will make a determination by what they see before I open my mouth. That is good, and sometimes that is bad, but it's also the truth. But the more you know someone, the more likely you are to make the determination based on your relationship with that person. And that's when the true miracle of our country reveals itself. No matter where you live, and as a guy who grew up here in the deep South in South Carolina, I can tell you that the more intimate the relationship, the walls that separate us come down. Taking the time to know someone is a part of the pursuit of liberty and freedom. It is why I think our Declaration of Independence is the marvel of the world. Our birth certificate says that you and I were created by the Lord with inalienable rights. That is unique on the planet. Countries aren't founded upon the precept that we are equal. And so when we miss that, we miss the value proposition that America has for the world and that we as individuals have for each other, even if we are part of the American family. There's something unique and specific about what we can contribute to the flourishing of our human family, and specifically our American family.
Yeah, in your book, you talk very eloquently about how, for us to reach that point, America as a society needs to reach a point where there's redemption.
Yes.
Where redemption is offered. And you say in the book, if we don't reach the point of being willing to offer redemption, our liberties are at stake without that. And so my next question for you is, during your time in the Senate and during your your time as a successful politician.
24 County.
Are you more optimistic now that America is
24,
getting
go ahead.
closer and closer to reaching a point where we'll
We just notified Poland Public Works where the deer is so they can pick it up tomorrow. You show me 10-8 with a AC crate mount.
America, or do you look back at your career and you say, you know, we're just as far from reaching that point as when you first got involved in politics?
You know, the quick answer is that we are so much closer than we've ever been. But there's an old saying by a guy named Jim Rohn, who was a business philosopher, who said, all good will be attacked, and not to think so is to be naive. The closer we get to fulfilling the promise of redemption as a society, the stronger the forces become to separate us again. There is something evil in the world that is undeniable, and it oftentimes manifests itself in separating people. I don't understand it. Jeremiah 17:9 says that there is something that lurks in the heart that is wicked. We were talking before we got out here, Genesis 1 or 2, I can't remember what it is, but it says that God gave us dominion over the birds of the air and the fish of the sea, cattle that roam. We all want more. So we want dominion over each other. That is a thing that lurks in our heart, is part of the darkness of our original sin, period. And so as a country, we keep looking in the mirror and grappling with ourselves, and we keep making progress. And the is undeniable. Listen, as we've always recognized, we've already recognized I'm a black dude from South Carolina, in Charleston, South Carolina, where the Civil War started. Born in poverty, single-parent household, out of high school. I failed civics, the study of politics. That tells me God has a sense of humor. I ran for Congress against the son of the most popular governor of our at the time, a guy named Carroll Campbell Jr. His son was running for Congress. The other guy running for Congress was this guy named, have y'all ever heard of y'all probably don't know this, y'all don't know South Carolina history, but there's a guy named Strom Thurmond. Who served for a little while in office. His son. And everybody said, you know you have no chance of winning that race. And I said, I believe that people will make a decision based on the content of my character, not the color of my skin. And I won that race 68 to 32. Which reflects more on South Carolina.
9 County off home.
1049, can you 1021 real quick?
Yeah, 10-4.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Austin Westfall. We want to give you the latest updates on the war in Israel as possibly more ground incursions happen on the Gaza border. We do want to go out to Fox News' Brian Yennis, who has the latest.
The center of Israel and its commercial capital under attack. A rocket fired from Gaza slamming into an apartment building in Tel Aviv. Just one target in a larger barrage. Tel Aviv's police chief says at least 3 people were injured in the strike. Crews are working to enter the building to make sure nobody else is trapped. The rocket damaged both a top floor apartment and an apartment below. Officials telling onlookers to leave the area and instead watch on television. And Israeli tanks and troops briefly entered Gaza in a second raid ahead of a larger ground invasion. Now time could be of the essence.
Yeah, I think it needs to be immediate because they need to understand that, what is going on in Israel is going on in Israel. You're not going to attack our U.S. troops. They need to be protected. Our diplomatic facilities need to be protected because if you let it go on, you're going to see another Benghazi if you're not careful.
Meanwhile, a Hamas official says the terrorist group cannot release the hostages it has captured until a ceasefire deal is reached. This as the number of hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas has to 229. That's 5 more than the 224 reported on Thursday. The Israeli defense minister says the battle to eradicate Hamas will be a long one. It's not a matter of days nor weeks, but months. In Jerusalem, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And Brian, we appreciate that reporting. We are going to slide away for another commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking World Series with our reporter live on the ground in Arlington, Texas. Chelsea Torres has more from the World Series Rangers versus Diamondbacks coverage coming up after this break.
Go ahead. We report of 5 gunshots heard in the wooded area nearby Terrell Ave about 3 to 4 minutes ago. Did you want a secondary unit? 10-4, you can start a secondary. 10-4, break. County 24. 24, copy. Show me around. 10-4, I'll attach you.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It's an exciting day in America. This is a live look at Game 1 of the World Series. Does it get any more American than this? We are joined live by our reporter on the ground, Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, with the toughest assignment out of all the journalists out there today. You've got the toughest one. You're right there on the field at the World Series. The 2023 World Series kicks off tonight. It's airing on Fox. Chelsea, what's the energy like in there?
Well, I can tell you right now, people are pumped. The music is blasting. People are walking around. All the fans are really trying to get in. I've seen several kids try to reach over the dugout and see if they can get some autographs for their baseball cards. I mean, this is the moment that a lot of Rangers and Diamondback fans have been waiting for. You know, the Rangers, a lot of their fans that I've talked to, they tell me that they feel this is the time that they will actually get that crown. As for the Diamondbacks, a lot of them say that they're excited. They didn't think that they would actually make it this far in the season, but they're excited that they're actually here. So, with the Rangers themselves, you know, they've been here several times before, but they've never actually hoisted a trophy in their 62 years. As for the Diamondbacks, they haven't hit the World Series field since 2001. So what is the big change that both the teams had a 100-loss season just 2 years ago? Now the Rangers have this veteran, experienced lineup, especially when it comes to pitching. They have exactly what it takes to be here. As for the Diamondbacks, they're filled with a bunch of young guys who create havoc on the bases. They're playing fastball, and so it's going to be just an exciting time, an exciting World Series that a lot of experts and a lot of analysts really didn't expect. Now, I was down in the fan shop. I was all around Globe Life Field talking to the fans, and don't take it from me. You really have to hear their outlook, especially from Rangers fans who believe that the reason why they're here today is because of the general manager of the Rangers, Bruce Bochy.
He brought it up to a level where now they're going to the World Series. And racking and amazing. And we beat Houston. Oh my God, we beat Houston.
Bochy's been a great manager. Everybody talks good about him. So, I mean, we got a pretty good lineup and pretty good pitching. So we're in good shape.
Now, Austin, you said it was a sunny day there. You know, it's a sunny day here in Arlington as well. Luckily, here at Globe Life Field, the roof is closed, but I did notice several dozen of Diamondback fans that are here right now. They're just in front of me, so I know that they traveled thousands of miles just to see their D-backs play. Again, anybody who's a who's who in Major League Baseball is here right now. And one of the coolest things, at least for Texans, is that the 43rd U.S. President, George W. Bush, will be throwing the first pitch tonight. Austin?
Chelsea will be watching every moment of it. We appreciate you. Chelsea Torres out there in the field in Arlington, Texas. We appreciate your time, Chelsea.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to slide away. We do want to remind everybody that the World Series is on Fox. Game 1 starting at 5 o'clock Western time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. We are going to slide away for another commercial break. We'll be right back.
Mac 4 County, you can show me out.
10-4, Mac 4.
Welcome back in Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Austin Westfall. Earlier in the hour, we were playing back a emotional event out of Washington, D.C., where families of hostages, Hamas hostages, were giving remarks in front of the reflection pool by the Washington Monument. We're going to pick that event up where we left it off. We heard from 2 different families so far. This is a 3rd family speaking about their missing loved one in the Middle East. Let's listen.
Thank you, Onan and Warner. Boaz Atzili has been living in the U.S. for 23 years. The last 15 years right here in our DMV community in Rockville, Maryland. Boaz is a professor of international relations at American University. He was born and raised just a few miles from the Gaza Strip and has many members of his family who still live in Otef Aza and were directly impacted
County
by the
Mac 4
October
status.
7 attack. Boaz joins us today here to tell his story.
10-4.
Good afternoon. I was born and raised in Kibbutz Zikim, just a few miles from the Gaza Strip, from the Gaza border. My dad still lives there. That is, now he's a refugee, but in regular time he lives there. My wife, Orit, is from a nearby kibbutz in Yad Mordechai. The residents of both of these kibbutzim, fortunately, were able to compel the attack on their communities on October 7th. My family in Kibbutz Nir Oz was not that fortunate. They went through hell on that horrible Saturday. My cousin, Aviv Atzili, his wife, Liat Beinin Atzili, are missing. Their house was burned to the ground, but their bodies were not found, and Aviv's phone was geolocated to Gaza. So we assume that they are hostages over there. Aviv is 49 years old. He's a mechanic who fixes tractors and agricultural machinery for the kibbutz. He's also an artist. He paints lovely miniature pictures on small artifacts. Liat is 49 years old as well, and she's a U.S. citizen. She's a history teacher. She's also a Holocaust instructor at Yad Vashem, teaching that horrific story in the history of the Jewish people to the young and the youth in an it never happens again. How ironic. Liat and Aviv are together since the age of 18. A wonderful couple. They love to travel together, and we recently met them together with the 3 children in New York, August, which looks so such a long time ago. Liat and Aviv raised 3 wonderful children who are now young adults. 2 of them were also in Nir Oz at the time of the attack, and some managed to survive, each in their own apartment. They also have older parents. One of them is Liat's father is here with us today, and another is my aunt Talma, who survived the attack on Nir Oz, hiding for 10 hours under her bed in the safety room. Aviv and Liat are both peace-loving, compassionate people. One symbol of what kind of people they are is their dog. They adopted a three-legged dog with special needs and gave her a loving, warm family. That dog, sadly, was also one of the victims of the attack of October 7th. Neta, Aviv and Liat's son, visited here in DC this week to try to advocate for their release. Neta and his brother and sister are going through hell right now, not knowing whether they will ever see their parents again, not knowing whether they will ever get to hug them again. This is all beyond comprehension. I'm calling on the governments, all the governments and forces involved in this, to prioritize the release of the hostages. There are babies and children, there are grandparents, there are fathers and mothers like Aviv and Liat. I'm not naive. I study international politics. I teach international politics. But we had enough bloodshed. Stop the rockets.
County Mac 4, you guys
Stop
all
the
set?
bombing. It only leads to more bloodshed.
All set on checks.
And start to look for a solution
10-4, all set
that
on
will
check.
allow both Israelis and Palestinian families to live their life peacefully. And bring us back, Aviv and Liat, bring all of them back home now, please.
Thank you, Boaz, for sharing your story. The song Kishetavo, When You Return, was written in 1993 as part of the national campaign in Israel for the return of Israeli fighter pilot Ron Arad. He was captured by Hezbollah after his plane went down over Lebanon in 1986. The longing for Ron's return was felt as an open wound in every Israeli home and every Israeli heart. And it is still a scar that refuses to heal. I would like to invite Cantor Hinda Leibovitz, and all of you are welcome to open the lyrics on your phones and join in. Keshetavo.
All right. You've been listening in to the event in Washington, D.C. You see the reflection pool of the Washington Monument, very emotional event. Families of some of the hostages that were taken by Hamas on October 7th speaking out there. Talking about their loved ones, not only talking about, but still that ongoing rallying cry for peace and for the safe return of their family members. We do have an update from the Israeli Defense Force as we step away from this event. The Israeli Defense Force did provide an update this morning. This was something that came into our newsroom earlier today. There are, I understand, translations in English for this. Let's listen to the latest on the war from the IDF.
Today I will be revealing intelligence proving that Hamas uses hospitals as terror infrastructures. I repeat that Hamas uses hospitals as terror infrastructures. Hamas has turned hospitals into command and control centers and hideouts for Hamas terrorists and commanders. Additionally, I can confirm that according to the intelligence we have in our hands, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza. I repeat, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza, and Hamas is using it for its terror infrastructures. The information I will share here today has also been shared with the members of the intelligence community.
Go ahead, Mac 4.
We have given them all the materials and more than
Myself at 24 will be on Dusty Drive.
And they all have accepted it.
10-4.
Together with further classified materials that show more concrete evidence, both relating to hospitals being used as terror infrastructures and the status of fuel. I want to start with Shifa Hospital, located in Gaza City, the biggest hospital in Gaza. This is the Shifa Hospital. You can see where it locates in Gaza City, the largest hospital in Gaza. It has over 1,500 beds, 4,000 staff, and now it has also more people around the surroundings of the hospital. The red marks that you've seen before and you'll see later are red marks of buildings that are involved with Hamas, and we know it, and we have the proofs that they are with involvement of Hamas.
2 County Code 4.
Hamas is cynically using hospitals
10-4-2
as a shield for its underground terror complex. I want to explain. There is an underground metro tunnels in Gaza City, not just in Gaza City. Usually it's based next to unique sites or sensitive sites, not just the hospital, but other sites, as mosques, etc., etc., UNRWA places, hospital, schools, etc., etc. This is a philosophy of Hamas, and Shifa is one of them.
Go ahead.
Explain the map.
1457 Holloway Road in Durham. Caller states she's been hearing footsteps in the woods behind her house.
A building that
Also
Hamas
what
is
she
using.
thinks was
Meaning,
coughing.
he does his command and control.
She has not seen anybody. Her husband is
departments of the
outside right
hospital,
now.
like the Röntgen room and
Checking the
others.
area to see if he can
He
see
uses
anyone.
these places in order to
He
do
does have a
command
1032
and
on
control
him.
for terror activities,
Just
launching
hold the address one more
rockets,
time.
etc., etc.
1457 Holloway Road.
It is here in Shifa Hospital where Hamas operates some of its command and control cells. This is where the direct rocket attacks command Hamas forces. Hamas terrorists operate inside and under Shifa Hospital and other hospitals in Gaza with network of terror tunnels. Hamas also has an entrance to those terror tunnels from inside the hospital wards, meaning from different places of the hospital you can go into an underground tunnel that will provide you shelter. We'll show it now on the map. This is an illustration of Shifa Hospital and the underground facilities. I want to repeat, this is only an illustration. We will not share here the true material. We will not share here the true material that we have in our hands. This is only an illustration. Right now, terrorists move freely in Shifa Hospital and other hospitals in Gaza. We have concrete evidence that hundreds of terrorists flooded into the hospital to hide there after the massacre of October 7th. Hamas uses Shifa Hospital as a shield for Hamas terror infrastructure. Hamas wages war from hospitals. By operating from these hospitals, Hamas not only endangers the lives of Israelis, civilians, but also exploit innocent Gazan civilians as human shield. Shifa is not the only hospital, it is one of many. Hamas' use of hospitals is a systematic. Hamas terrorists operate inside hospitals precisely because they know the IDF distinguishes between terrorists and civilians. Israel targets terrorists, Hamas target Israeli civilians and Gazan civilians, as we have shown in the El Mahdi incident, in the hospital of El Mahdi. Hamas is stealing from Gazan civilians to fuel its attack. We already exposed that Hamas stole fuel from UNRWA, and UNRWA confirmed it. And as I said, there is fuel in hospitals in Gaza, and Hamas is using it for its terror infrastructure. Here's a proof that Hamas has fuel in Gaza and uses it for its terror infrastructure. This is a recording. Please listen.
يعني الجماعة ما في كل الأمور المفروضات حتى لا يقولوا وسط المدرسات وتطلع كانوا وسط العلم وتطلع حتى المستشفيات يعني المستشفيات هم اللي هو الدول على الصور وحتى فيها المستشفيات دائما هو الصور لأنه في صور عند صور المحطات عند صور في عند كل شيء أنا أقول لك اليوم يعني اليوم مثلا تحت يوم الخميس أعتقد من ممكن الخميس الجاي يكون ماتش كله ماتش هلا محطة يعني وفي بياخذوا منها مودوا الصور للمستشفيات يعني بيسحبوا منها عن طريق السحب مودوا للمستشفيات ولسه وما نسمع لحتى بيحطوا في البلد صراحة. كل شيء لسه ما بهدل لسه والله مش في كل شيء صراحة يعني وفي تحت الأرض أنا متأكد في مصاري ولا كل شيء في مصاري اللي بدها أكسجين وبدها تلفونات وبدها مية وبدها حمامات وبدها عمارة في موضوع ذكر الأخلاق خشية هي الله لو الشعب كله مات كل يوم في إسرائيل قتل 10,000 شخص مواطن ما بتأثر والمهمش ولا عبالهم المهم هم يبقوا.
You saw the last sentence. I think the last sentence, this is how Hamas sees the Gaza. He uses the destruction, the deaths in Gaza that occurred because they're using them as human shield in order to show the world and get this anti-propaganda against Israel. Here's another proof that Hamas is running its terror infrastructure from inside the and under hospitals in Gaza. Please listen.
ولما بقصوا جامع ولا بقصوا مستشفى ولا بقصوا مسجد ولا مدرسة تحتها مراكز قيادة. وين مراكز القيادة تبعت الكتائب القدس؟ المركز الرئيسي وين؟ تحت مجمع الشفاء. يعني قريب هالبنت كيف؟ مقر القيادة الرئيسي تحت مجمع الشفاء. مدامات وغرف وقيادة وكل شيء تحت مجمع الرئيسي.
We have also other recordings and video we will share with you later, and we will share more materials, classified materials, with members of the intelligence community. When medical facilities are used for terror purposes, they are liable to lose the protection from attack in accordance with international law. The IDF will continue making efforts to minimize harm to civilians' population and will continue to act in accordance with international law. For over 2 weeks, the IDF has called and continue calling the civilians of northern Gaza and Gaza City to temporarily move to your own safety, move south to Wadi Gaza. We are continue to assist the efforts led by Egypt and the United States to provide a humanitarian effort in this area, which will have food, water, and medicine to the people of Gaza. We will increase this humanitarian effort. I would like to answer your questions if you have.
I have one question. Young kids, ARD, German radio and television. There were directors of hospitals in Gaza telling journalists that it's impossible to evacuate a hospital. You were talking about the human shield factor. What does it mean for the operation?
I think what we are doing now is putting a red flag to the world. We're putting a red flag against the international law. Using a war crime to use hospitals as a terror infrastructure, using the Gazan as a human shield. This is a red flag. Israel is putting this red flag to the world. And yet,
19 County, they're reporting anything further since the initial call.
Question related to the hostages. They might be in this...
19, nothing further so far. Husband is back inside now.
Structures as well, probably.
How
is the mission now, which IDF has, depending on the question of the hostages?
Israel has put clear targets for the operation in Gaza. Our aim is to achieve both of the targets, to defeat Hamas and to bring our babies, our women, our elderly, our men back home, and we will do that. Thank you. Today I will be revealing...
All right, you're listening in to the IDF there, giving the latest updates on the war in Israel. We also want to go out to